There it is. I think I'm live. Hello, hello, Zen friends. Happy November 1st. Can you believe it's November already? I cannot. Boom, boom, boom. I tell you what, this year has flown by, ain't it? But happy All Souls Day, Day of the Dead, um, All Saints Day, whatever you celebrate it as, or just hello, new month. So glad to have you here and so much love to everybody. Hey, hey, everyone. Good to see you. Um, Gosh, I look a little tired, don't I? I look sleepy. I did wake up a couple hours ago, but um, so grateful um, just to be in this wonderful, wonderful space of energy today. We'll talk more about that after we get started. But let's begin by bringing in some beautiful love energy today. The veil is very thin, spirit is very present. All of our loved ones, especially uh, making themselves known, plus all of our host of beings of unconditional love and light. So if you're feeling that energy, just let it flow through you as we do this as well. So we'll start off taking a big deep breath to come back to this moment, out of the future, out of the past, out of the chaos of the outside world. Excuse me. And come into this moment, the now, right? Where peace and love exist. And I love that. That energy of this moment, right? Connect to your higher posse when we do that. And then we will hit the singing bowl 3 times. And as we are doing that, you can just feel that vibration, having that beautiful, unconditional, eternal love flow down into us from the higher realms, the higher vibrational realms, and filling up our mental body, our emotional body, our physical bodies, our energetic bodies, and then flowing out to the world to let it do what it wants to do out there to help raise the vibration of the planet. And something we can do while we're sitting in that energy. Excuse me. There we go. The pipes are clearing out. So sorry. Um, what we can do is think of just one thing to be grateful for in this moment, one thing that we are grateful for in this moment, and just thank them. And that immediately raises our love vibration, makes us a conduit of receiving, especially what we're grateful for. So I love that. So I feel like that's what we're going to do for right now. So if you'd like to join me in doing that, hello, everyone. Let's take a giant deep breath and come back to this moment right here, right now. Hold it for as long as you feel comfortable. Don't pass out or hurt yourself. And then we'll begin the singing bowl. All right. So big deep breath in. Here we go. Beautiful. Just lit some Nakshampa incense. When I inhaled, it was like, takes you somewhere, that incense. It surely does for me. All right. So we'll hit the singing bowl here. Uh, it changes. Whoops! It's different tones of loudness. So I never know until I hit it. So beware of if you're listening with ear pods or whatever. I'm not sure how loud this will be. And remember, gratitude. Here we go. Hmm. Beautiful, beautiful. Thank you so much for joining me in doing that. Put her back here on her shelf here as well. As I clear out my throat some more. So, hello, everybody. So grateful for all of your love and all of your support. And grateful that you're on this journey here with me as well. So welcome all my Zen friends. I'm just so happy. Got some beautiful love energy flowing through the dimensions today. So I think it's the veil is extra, extra thin. You just feel that giddiness, that joy, that warmth, the sitting. And of course, we're in Scorpio season. The sun is in Scorpio, which is deep dive truths and that emotional deep water energy. And we're in the Pisces moon too right now, until tomorrow, I believe. And then we move into the Aries. Bzzzt, a little fire energy going on. But so deep, deep emotional just connection to spirit energy going on right now too, that just supports all of that. So enjoy that energy. I love it. I love it. If you're new to my channel or new to these readings, welcome. Welcome. I'm Brett Zun. We got a great, beautiful host of beings of unconditional love and um, joy, laughter, great senses of humor, which are things that we can definitely use on this human adventure, for sure. Right. So, always room for more Zen friends. Welcome, welcome. If you want to know how the whole process works, it's all down in the description box of the video. There's a ton of stuff out there right now because I talk about my supercells, my giveaways, my podcast. We're having Halloween giveaways for this weekend. We got a lot going on. So all the details, as I say, all the deets are down in the description box. So be sure to check it. And uh, if you want additional information, how the readings work, free readings are first come, first serve, 1 to 2 cards for the answers. But if anyone makes a donation, I do step out of the free readings, dive deeper into those, um, meaning I pull more cards for those, and you get a fortune cookie oracle with your reading as well, a little extra message and dessert from spirit. So we do get that as well. Um, and if you want to make a donation, you can use the super chat at the bottom or in the description box of the video. I do have my Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, and Square. I don't have any set dollar amounts. I honor whatever you're able to give from your heart because I know everyone's finances are different and cost of living is different and rate of exchange across the world is different. So whatever you give is the perfect amount. So I'm playing with my little um, this was on my altar and I felt like wearing it today. It's a Buddhist prayer beads that a old friend gave to me. It was funny because when he got it, he was like, "Yeah, it's made from the bones of Buddhist monks." And I was like, "What?" He goes, "I don't know." He made it up, and I was like, "What? Really?" I'm like, "No, it's made out of wood." So I'm like, "Oh, okay." I was like, "That would be interesting," but that just cracked me up. Anyway, so I'm playing with it. So I'm not used to wearing necklaces, so I'm all uh, playing with all that. So anyway, sorry, easily distracted in this moment. But back to what I was saying. Um, so that's how the donations work. And then I'm on usually for at least 3 hours. And if 2.5 hours in, I have not gotten to free readings, I will step away from donations for like 30 minutes, complete as many free readings as I can in that. And then I return back to donations to finish out. I always finish out donations same day. And if I have an overwhelming amount. Sometimes if I need to step away for a little while and come back recharged, I'll complete them same day always. So be assured of that. And then sometimes I return back to free readings after I do all that and finish them out. Depends on my energy and if I'm balancing myself or not. Excuse me. So that's the process. After each of the sessions, I do post a pinned comment listing all the readings completed with timestamps. So if you need to post and your question and head off and come back after the stream is done, then you can find your name, click on that little timestamp. It'll take you right to your reading. And if you go away and come back Excuse me. You can always post in there. I'm kind of watching the chat. Sometimes I'm so involved in the readings, I'm gone. But I'll try to see if you were like, "Hey, I was gone. Did you complete mine? What's my, can I have my timestamp?" And I'll give you your timestamp because I keep track of them all throughout the reading. Blah blah blah. Well, let's see what else. I think that's the whole process of all that. I did want you guys know that during this um, on my 5 sessions this weekend, I am picking 2 winners, one from the donations, one from the free readings, to win a 15-minute personal recorded reading. Thursday night was Sean G and Ken, 4457. And last night was Summer or Moonlight. Hey, Summer, Summer 27, and Olivier Vagara. You were our winners last night. I am posting social media posts on those two, but I posted the winners in the pinned comment too. So if you go back to the streams, you can see it, and it tells you how to claim your prize as well. So we'll be giving away 2 this morning. We will be giving 2 this evening and 2 tomorrow as well. So I know, I'm excited. I like giving away stuff. Speaking of giveaways, I'm giving away a 30-minute personal recorded reading, having a drawing for it anyway, or a hedge of peace and love, and I'm doing it every new and full moon for the rest of the year. I know. I'm in a giving mood, like I said. Here next Wednesday, excuse me, is our super beaver full moon in Taurus. So we're going to have a drawing on that day. So it's not too late, of course, to get into that one. Check out that video if you want to find out how to get into that drawing. So we have that. Also, I have all of my services on sale throughout the rest of the year. I wanted to make it simple instead of putting things on sale. Now I'm like, I'm just putting it all on sale. So I got all my personal readings, both my live ones and my recorded readings, all on sale, and my Hedge of Peace and Love. All that information is down in the description box of the video too. If you're interested, you can check that out. Oh, and then I didn't put up my little advertisement here for the Halloween. I like the little pumpkins and the ghost. So that's just saying that. Let's see. Blah, 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 blah. Oh, yeah. And then I'm almost done with all of my sharing of information. We'll get into readings here real quick. Got a lot going on. The Easier Path is my new podcast series, and I just came out with my third podcast. This is round 2 of On Guard, of fighting with humans. Um, Adventure 2 was about more of our romantic, intimate relationships and like, why do humans cheat? Why does it hurt so much? And advice from spirit. All of these we start off with story time with Bretta Zen, which I talk about some of my own personal experiences around things. And then we talk about the 2 perspectives of the human, why humans do what they do, and then spirit, why we experience these things as humans, and then advice from spirit on how to make it an easier path instead of a hard one. So, we've got all of that in those podcast series. So I hope you enjoy that. So there you go. Also, a reminder: tomorrow we have daylight savings time in the United States. In my state, Colorado does celebrate. We call it celebrate, but we do participate in it. So in spring, we spring forward and lose an hour to have more daylight. But in the fall, we fall backwards and we get that hour back. So tomorrow, for those of you in states in the United States, there's a few that don't celebrate it or participate in it, and a lot of countries around the world that don't have daylight savings time. I'll be on an hour later in your location than normal. So you'll be early and I'll be late. But just be aware of that. So there you go. I might even use that extra hour to go for a walk in the mornings. I know. Am I going crazy? I don't know. All right. So that's all the announcements. Blah, blah, blah. I just like to make sure you guys know all the stuff that's available. discounted giveaways of the free things of like my podcast, etc. So thank you guys again so much. All right, a couple shout outs and then we'll get into the readings here. I'll get the donation list going here too. So I'll start from the bottom here. We got Summer Moonlight. Hey, congratulations. I don't know if you were in here yet, but you were the winner last night for the 15-minute personal recorded reading. So be sure to check out the stream, the pinned comment on the stream last night to see how to claim your prize. So congratulations and thank you for your donation. We'll put you on the list here. Then we have Nelia Medeiros. Hello, hello, my dear. Good to see you. And we'll put that there. And let me see here. We got Sean G. Hey, good morning. Thank you. Thank you for your extra donation. We'll make you up first to dive deeper into the your ex custodian. We'll get more information on that here up first. So thank you. We'll dive into that. And I already grabbed that there. Let me see here. We've got I'm Me. Hello, hello. Let me grab your free reading here. We'll put you on the list here. I'll just kind of do it all here real quick, and then we'll get into everything. We have Deb in the house. Hello. Thank you for the picture of that beautiful moon last night. You've been ringing your singing bell every night and sitting right next to your chair in the room, but it's much smaller. Oh, yeah. Oh, I love that. Yeah, the singing bowl is such an amazing sound. This Nakshampa that I'm doing takes me to another place, the incense, and my singing bowl takes me to, a completely different place as well. So I definitely love that. And I loved you mentioned your little ritual that you did with all your family and friends. I think it was mainly family, right? Um, but I love that. What a beautiful experience in connecting to all that. So love it, I love it, love it. So thanks for sharing all that. We'll dive in here too. Um, and JoJo's in the house. You feel Halloweeny today? Wanting to chat with the dad. Which dad want to talk to you today? Yeah, we'll definitely dive into that for you there as well. And let me grab your donation here, Rocky Mountain Deb. And I'll give everyone a quick update as soon as I make my list here. And so we have that. And so Sudeshna, hello, hello. Good to see you as well. We got your questions here. We got a couple for Nelia. Grab that here. We got Jojo. Your unicorns. Okay. All right. I think that is it. Let me see here. And we also have MM28-5. Hello, I got your reading, and then Andrea 54 Hector too. Hello, everybody. So good to see everyone. And yeah, Sean, go ahead and put your different question instead, please. Please do. And you'll be up first. So you can pop that question out there, and then we'll get into that here. Take a look here. See all these. All right. Just making sure we've got everything here. And then love is the most powerful force. Hello, hello. Good to see you as well. We'll add you onto the list here. There we go. All right, so what we'll do, we'll have Shanji will be up first, and then we jump to Jojo, and then Nelia Medeiros, and then Sudeshna, and then Deb, and then back to Nelia, and then back to Sudeshna, and then back to Nelia. We guys are playing tennis. And then Summer, Moonlight, you'll be up, and then Love is the most powerful force. That is where we're at here on the donation front. So we will times 2 for love is the most powerful force in the universe. Got those here. All right. So we'll dive into that. I feel like we want to this morning. I've got 3 different tarot decks, but I'm gonna start off with the Santa Muerta since we have Day of the Dead. This is perfect energy for this morning. Very mother energy, um, too. Very nurturing energy. So I'm being drawn to those that we have here. So we'll be using those. And then for the fortune cookie, I do feel like we will, for the first one, if you have multiple ones, the first one we'll do Season of the Witch with the Samhain Oracle. I've got their whole series. So we'll do that. And then if you make more than one donation, your other fortune cookies from the Santa Muerta Oracle. So I got the Oracle deck. This is a really cool deck too, because you'll see like on the backs are all different. But if you put them all out and you put them in order, they actually form a huge Ouija board. So it's really cool. We also have and Ancestor Oracle and Speaking to Other People on the Other Side oracles. We have Halloween Oracle too, which might make itself known here. So if you want to hear from the other side, I might be going to the Oracle to hear messages from them. We also have a beautiful black feather, a dark feather to move some energy if we want to move some energy and update energy. So that's also present on that here. Hey, Livier, good to see you. Hey, Livier, you won last night for the free reading. So make sure to check out last night's stream and to see how to claim your prize. So congratulations. I am excited. I love giving away things, as you guys probably can tell. I'm an overgiver. I've been doing really good at balancing myself, but for this, and I might do something like we're doing this weekend for Thanksgiving weekend and Christmas weekend into New Year's, because I do love giving stuff away. All right. So let us get started here. I know we're 23 minutes in. It's okay. We have all the time in the world today. So let's take a sip of coffee, clear out the pipes a little bit. Cheers, everybody. All right. Get rid of my little coffee mustache there. All right. So let me do one little other quick thing here just to make this easier to stay in the flow as I get going here. Okay, get those, get that one there, that one there. All right. Cheers. All right. So, Sean G, you are up. Oh my God, look at that. Everything for a reason. You're at 2424 is your timestamp, and you wanted here, and thank you for your donation. I so appreciate that. And you wanted to know, yeah, guidance for your love life. Bonjour. So let's take a look here. And Debbie, if you're present here, thank you for all of your donations here. I'll answer you after we get our session completed this afternoon. So thank you so much. Hopefully you're enjoying your time too. All right. So Sean, let's take a look here. Advice on love life. Guidance. All right. Thank you. Boom. What else? Okay. These 4. Thank you. And that 1. 141. What's this all about? We'll take a look here. Wow. Well, what a great energy on the bottom of the deck, because you start off with the 10 of Cups. So 10 of Cups, of course, is a huge joy card. It's also one of the cards that signals relationship. So there is a joyful relationship in your future. And that's good. That's always hopeful, right? We like that. But I feel like that's starting off the guidance. And I feel like there was something in one of your readings they're bringing back, a recent one, either last night or the night before. But there is this, and it's reminding me of a oracle card about play. It's all about play, bringing in play, playfulness and joy and not being so serious around like our relationships. Like, oh, it's that's it, and totally, I totally get it. We have all these expectations and rules and things that we're told a relationship is supposed to bring us. And so we can get into the really analyzing our interactions with other humans, especially romantically, to find out, are all these things being met? Is it bringing me what it's supposed to bring me? Right. And we can become very serious. I know I used to become very serious about it. I'm like analyzing, why did they say that? Why didn't they do this? Why are they doing this? Why aren't they doing this? Uh, but there's this freedom that comes in, and just, and this was actually my last relationship. As I say, number 5, I had 5 longest term relationships, and it was by that point I had released a lot of the expectations, because number 1 had cheated, number 2 had cheated, number 3, I never knew. I don't think they did, but they disrespected me. That was my human's perception back at that moment, that they disrespected me. And then number 4, my heart felt like they cheated. And then I had 3 years in between where I really got to know myself, and I released expectations. I've learned a lot about what are all these things I'm thinking are supposed to happen. And I met a lot of different people that had a lot of different types of relationships, really opened my mind. And I'm like, wow, it's not like like I was taught. It's like so different. Everyone has a different way of looking at things. And then that allowed me just to enjoy what the relationship was. And they were going to move away after a year. And that's why, um, we just, because I wasn't going to move and they were. And I'm like, well, it was great. Enjoy. Bye. But it was a joyful experience, not so much about, at least to the extent the others were. So that's what I feel, kind of this message coming in here. The guidance is, look at relationship as more fun, and kind of get out of the mind of seriousness and get into the heart of fun and enjoy, it for what it is, and the gratitude for what you love around things. And if something raises its little head about this is not happening, go, oh, this is an expectation of fear or some belief that I can question. And once I question it, kind of poof, disappears like an illusion, or a, what do they call it in a, when you're in a desert, the mirage. This belief is a mirage. Once I get to it, it just disappears, once I question it. And then I can go forward with gratitude. And then, of course, the 10 of cups also is about every relationship, love, like a romantic or even family, friends, coworkers, customers, clients, students, everything. Our reflection of our self-love, everything is pointing us back to our own love, because we can't love others more than to the extent we love ourselves, nor give love more. I can't remember which one I just said. We can't give or receive love more than to the extent of how we love ourselves. And so, one of the biggest things we can do for love life is learn to love life, gratitude, not judge life, but also, find that self love, because that's what our soul's hungry for in here. And as we raise our love vibration and our self love and our self worth and our self respect, all those wonderful self things, our outside world changes, because we don't see the world as it is. We see the world as we are. And then the reflection begins to change. We also, whatever energy we have with our self love is what we draw in. Thus, when I continue to do and love myself the way I first loved myself, which was low self love. The stories, you guys, my podcast, I talk about a lot of stories. You guys will start to learn, wow, Bretta Zen, you really had an exciting, fun adventure in life. I sure did. It hasn't always been easy. It's much easier now. But when I was having that energy, I was drawing in that energy of the past, right? Um, and so I drew in things that matched my energy. And now that I'm not perfect. And 100% of the day, I'm not focusing on gratitude, but I definitely focus on more gratitude than I ever have in my life. Um, it's not, 99% fear, 1% gratitude. It's probably 95% fear. No, it's not that bad. Maybe it's 50-50. That is like perfect. But anyway, all of that for the 10 of cups here. Great guidance with all of that. Um, excuse me while I chomp on my cough drop. Also, I don't know if I think I might have mentioned it, but since I'm doing a reading for you and you're listening to me right now, you won on Thursday nights drawings for the donations. You won a 15-minute personal recorded reading. So be sure to check out that stream. It'll tell you the email and what you need to do to claim your prize. So congratulations. All right. That was the bottom of the deck. Now let's do these others. You have the Three of Pentacles. Yeah. Being true to your authentic self. And that self energy comes in the more we find our self love and our self worth, we can be more true to ourselves. And and I feel like you're very good at that because your creativeness and your I'm going to be me, but it's also allowing other people to be themselves. And we focus on what we love about people, not what is failing us or disappointing us, right? But it also, we of course are not perfect and we are judging ourselves usually in some way until we question enough things where we have more self-love and more gratitude for who we are and what our life is. We also, that gets reflected in other people. The things in the middle here, you got four cards. What do we have here? Yep, the Judgment card. This is about seeing things from a higher perspective, your higher self drawing you from the grave to this higher place, seeing things differently. There's this energy of connecting with your higher self helps you um, experience that higher, eternal, unconditional love energy that raises your self love. Also, my podcast, The Easier Path, a lot of tools that Spirit's giving us on how we can transform too. And there's a lot of hints from Spirit in those podcasts. So the playlist, and this is for everyone, the playlist is in the description box of the video. If you want to start from the beginning, we're only 3 in right now. You also have the Two of Wands. Yep, your power of your energy, which is a wonderful, you know, if I'm focusing on higher vibration, gratitude, joy, laughter, play, I draw in that stuff expands. If I'm focusing on what's not happening in my love life and what the people aren't doing and what my life isn't bringing, then I invite more of that in because my energy attracts. We can't fake energy. It's not about what we're, you know, asking for and trying to pursue. It's who we're being. What's the energy of who we are? Because who we're being and who we are in the moment is what we draw towards us. And there's no right or wrong choice, just different choices, different outcomes. So be gentle with ourselves. Don't beat ourselves up because, oh, I chose a fear energy. It's what we come down here to experience. There's no right or wrong, right? Just different. And when we're tired of, then we do that, right? Do you have the Eight of Cups as well? Great advice. Eight of Cups is about leaving relationships that don't serve us anymore. Leave those and let those go. Anything we're investing emotional energy in, the Eight of Cups is do an inventory. Whether it's family, friends, whoever, whatever I feel like I'm giving 70, 80, 90% consistently in, and someone's only giving 10, 20, 30% consistently. If they're not a child, then it's like, maybe this is not a good investment. And you can completely cut it off and get all of that energy back into your emotional bank or bring it back to 50% and see if they make up the difference. If they don't, it drifts away. Then you get it all back eventually anyway. But an important piece of doing the emotional inventory is our emotional bank. Our heart won't allow love to come in or allow different opportunities to come in if if my emotional bank is near um, being overdrawn. We don't want to get any NSF fees on our emotional. So our heart doesn't allow it. It doesn't allow us to go bankrupt. It's like, nope, we can't afford to allow other things to come in because there's too much emotional energy already going out. It limits it. Included in that, in the inventory of your emotional energy outside of relationships, there's what's below the surface. And this is generally 7 years old and younger, is when we have a lot of our emotional energies that we push down because, there's three ways that a child emotionally responds. The emotional child, our mental brain doesn't form until 7 to 14. So we're being ruled by emotion 7 years ish and under, and we either are happy and laughing, crying and sad, or angry and throwing a tantrum. And by usual experiences, adults only like this one over here, the happy, laughing child. If you're sad and crying or throwing a tantrum and angry, we tend to get punished or threatened. I'll give you something to cry about, or I'll take you outside and whoop you if you don't stop that. You know, so we don't know what to do with that anger and that sadness. So where does it go? Down into the subconscious. We push it down, going, I don't know. There's plenty of room down here. Let's just stuff it here. And we never deal with it until later in life when we do that inventory and we look at what are those emotions. We kind of reparent our emotional child because we become that perfect parent we look for that no child, even our parents, our grandparents, no child has ever had a perfect parent, a human perfect parent. So we get to become that for ourselves and allow those emotions to flow. And then we get all that emotional energy back too. I know we went really deep in this reading, but this is probably for more than just you and me, Sean, too. But I love that. And then you have the Knight of Wands. Yep, it's the pursuit of our power, the quest of stepping into our power. So, um, this is it. Once we start this flow of emotions and this release, things happen quickly. Once we change and we're releasing all these anchors, these weights of lower vibrational energy, it really just, it really just um, allows things to move faster. It's like a hot air balloon. We got all these sandbags of emotional sandbags and all these ropes and strings holding the hot air balloon down. So we cut those away and drop those sandbags. It just we rise very quickly in our emotions, and then raising our vibration, we draw in higher vibrational emotional experiences and relationships and people that match that instead of that we did before. So this all brings you to the Four of Wands. It brings you to marriage. So you do have marriage out there in your future with the Four of Wands. It's joy. It's reinforcing our Ten of Cups joy and celebration energy because it is a joy, but it also is a marriage card, and that came in very strong, as you noticed. So you do have marriage in the future, um, even a happy marriage, a joyful marriage, if we do those other things, that guidance that can bring you there. So hopefully that helps. Let's see what your fortune cookie brings in too. Very welcome, Deb Deb. I'm so glad that was helpful to you too. All right. So what else for you here, Sean? All right. So we've got the voices, number 42, which says, with a tug at the gut, feel them romance your very breath. Listen to the gentle flickering within your eyes, for this is where they guide. Ooh, interesting. You were asking for guidance. Let's see. Is that? Yep, here it is. So this is about encouragement and inner knowing. Wow. Voices surround us, but we have to listen carefully. The powers speak to us in so many different ways, encouraging us as we travel along our path. There is a voice that can be found in the plants, the animals, colors, shapes, winds, and rains. There are clues offering us guidance and encouragement as we make our way back to the true self. There we go. Back to self, right? Spirit speaks to us in symbols and signs, faint sounds, and subtle cues. Our wise ancestors knew this. They knew everything has something to say for those who know how to listen, not just with their ears, but with their entire body, mind, and soul. We hear all this stuff growing up, all these expectations, but this is about tuning inward, right? So this card has come to you as a reminder to listen to the guidance offered by spirit through your environment. One of the best ways to connect to go out is to go out in nature, ask a question to the wind and listen for an answer. Perhaps a plant suddenly moves nearby or something floats on the wind just in front of your face. These are all signs from spirit to you. Ask your question and wait for the powers that be to answer. Be open minded about the ways an answer can appear. Look for synchronicities or consistent signs that come together to tell a story. Something is a sign if you feel a connection to it, no matter how silly it seems. Trust in your ability to receive the language of spirit. And the powers that be will see this and will offer more to you. Wow, what a perfect card. And that is something too. Um, Spirit speaks at the higher frequency of joy and unconditional love and play and laughter. So to get in tune with spirit, the more we raise and we're in that vibration, then the more clearly we hear spirit. When we're in the loud noise of fear, it's hard. It's like being in a loud bar with music playing loud and you see someone's mouth moving, but you're like, I can't hear you. Or you hear every 10th word in between a loud noise, right? So the more you can step into that, you can also hear from those sources. So I love that. So that is what they have for you, my dear. Hopefully that helps on your adventure for love. Right. So many blessings to you. Thank you again for all of your donations. All right. Let me just add this here. All right. I don't think anyone else has come in since our last one. So thank you guys again for all the thumbs up. It does help spread the Zen love, something you can do for free, which is a great price, but it does show some love to me and to the channel. So thank you guys for doing that. You're part of the love tsunami. It helps get the messages out to more people. So you're part of that love tsunami. So thank you, thank you, thank you. All right. So let us dive in here a little more here. And let's take another quick sip. So cheers, everybody. All righty. So Jojo, you are up next at 4420. And let's see what we got here. Here we go. Is your timestamp, and I think you wanted to hear from the people. Yeah, because you're feeling Halloweeny. So you want to chat with the dead. Which dead want to talk to you today? All right. So what we'll do here, Jojo, thank you again, of course, for your donation. Let's see, let's give that a love and a like since it lets me do that for those types of donations. Um, I really I want to pull from this. It's the Voices of the Souls Oracle. It has a message from someone on the other side, plus your spirit guides, plus your soul. And then I also have these Talking to Heaven from James Von Prague cards. And I feel like at least one person wants to speak to you specifically through there. So let's start here with the Voices of the Soul, or the Voice of the Souls. All right. Thank you. Boom. Came flying out. And then let's see here. Let's shuffle these up. I haven't shuffled these yet. Let's get that energy flowing. And who wants to come through here? Okay. We got two people coming through there. All right. So for your first message, you got freedom. Card number 17. Powerful energies there. So we'll start there. Let me just scroll down here in case you're here. All right. Let's find your card here. So first of all, the message from your soul, it says the time has come to free yourself. to let go of your last forms of resistance. You've worked on many memories and blocking energies. This required a lot of effort and reconsideration, but you did it. Today, you're facing the last forms of resistance, the most deeply rooted forms, those that can frighten you and feel insurmountable. Know that they are not insurmountable. You can free yourself from these bonds. Because you understand what they have to teach you, you can now let go of these energies you no longer need. Wow. So take time to breathe, to mindfully activate this liberation. And if you feel like you can't do it alone, you can always ask for help. But you are capable, and this release will let you open a vast and beautiful new chapter in your life. Your soul is telling you, congratulations. And then your spiritual posse, your spirit guides, say that you may be having difficulty communicating with us right now because we're not necessarily on the same wavelength. You're not communicating with us directly. You're trying to communicate with us through other people, or your mind is interfering with our connection, causing you to doubt our presence. We are here, right by your side. Become aware of how you try to communicate with us. We have many messages to share with you, and you already know these things, but you need confirmation, and we understand that. Change how you communicate. If you're trying to talk to us through oracles, try meditating. If you're trying to talk to us through another person, try doing it on your own. Pay attention to your feelings. They will guide you towards the best way of communicating with us. Wow. We are here. We're waiting for you. So I love that energy, because I do feel like you connect with them and you have some very unique ways I feel you connect with spirit. And it's I feel like their message to you is not so much about a disconnect in that there's other ways that are encouraging you to connect with them because it'll bring you different experiences, different clarities, like different perspective, right? If I'm always just talking to you from here, but not from the side, I only see this perception. You don't see all of this. And that gives you a different perception, if that makes sense. I like that. And then this entity on the other side. So here's one person communicating with you. And all three of these that you get will be people that you knew in this lifetime or knew of in this lifetime that are on the other side. So they are humans that lived during your lifetime right now that are on the other side. So this entity says, I am in the process of freeing myself, of creating new inner energy. I am in an energy of positive evolution, but for that, I need you. If you agree to help me, of course. I need your positive thoughts. I need you to think of me with a smile. I need your inner light. When I'm in your thoughts, think of gentle, happy memories. Can also light a candle in my honor. These actions help me continue my light filled path. For now, I can't help you or communicate with you how you would like. Instead, I'm the one who needs you. When I'm completely in new energy, I'll be able to support you. I'll be able to share the information you need to be in an energy of serenity and inner calm. If you don't feel able to help me, don't worry. I understand. I feel no anger or resentment. I'm in a state of peace, forgiveness, and reconnection to my soul. This process can be destabilizing, but it brings comfort and compassion. It's an interesting energy because spirit on the other side, they really don't need us, but the way that they're coming through is this character, this energy I feel will help you identify him because it is someone who, when they were here, would be um, more of that. I don't want to say they don't didn't mean to be manipulative, a manipulator of emotions, more the sadsies, like, "I could really use your help, but if you can't, that's okay, I understand." And it's like, that they would use guilt on people to get them to help them. And I feel like that's how they're coming through because they're wanting one, so you can identify who it is, but two, they're wanting to let you know that I feel like this is changing your perspective of who they really are, that in you being willing to help them from a place of love and compassion helps you change your energy toward your experiences and memories with them, but it also allows you to see manipulators differently that will come across your path or are on your path right now, people that do the sad Z's. It helps you see them differently, the interactions you have with them. Hopefully that makes sense and that resonates for you, but I feel like that is for that one. And then let's see who these other two are. You have as a soul, I can be in several places at once. A unicorn. I like this. So let's see what they bring in. This one is completely different energies. This is someone who is more giddy, happy, laugh, laugh, laugh energy. It would almost be like the way I'm picturing it is like we have like a grandmother who was the emotional manipulator, who was married to a grandfather who was the happy da 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 da. And you're like, how did you guys end up together? Such a emotional energy that tended to go low vibration, and one that was upbeat and always happy, happy, happy. And they would, um, it was almost like opposites, seeing them next to each other. That's interesting. But it says, without the human body, I am free. Here's that freedom. And I have amazing new abilities. I can travel to any place and almost any dimension with just a thought. This is all this exciting energy that's coming through. It's like living in one of those flying dreams that you and I discussed. So I can be with you as often as you need me, and I won't hold back it won't hold back my spiritual growth. If you miss my presence, just say the word, and I'm there by your side instantly. Although I'm not technically an angel because I still have my human ego to deal with and learn about, I am like an angel to you. I will do my best to protect you always, and you can count upon my continuing love. I like that. That's very much this happy, happy. It does feel like a grandfather energy. It's the one that um, you know, you're told by the emotional grandmother, "No, you can't have that cupcake. You've had enough. Enough sugar." Rah, rah, rah. And then so you go outside and you're bummed. Grandfather comes out and is like, "Hey, are you okay?" And smile, smile, and they're like, "I brought you a cupcake." You're like, "Oh, go ahead. We'll eat it over here. I brought me one too." It's funny. So I love that energy. They are always around you. But if you need them to be present in an extra big way, just ask and they will reveal themselves. They're always around you. That's the main, like when it says we can be in several places at once. That's why when we leave our human bodies, we can be with every loved one 100% like we're there just with them, but we can be that with everybody. And we're with them until we join them on the other side or we leave our human body. So they're always with you, but if you want them extra present, just make sure you call on them. And then they have tears cleanse the soul. Beautiful card. And let's see what we have here. Who's this person coming in? This is a different person from all of them, too. This is someone who was emotional. And I feel like there's like, yeah, you remember because I cried a lot. Um, but um, but it wasn't like an emotional, unstable kind of thing. They were someone that loved deeply. Um, if they were angry, they let their anger express itself, and then they're over it. They flowed through their emotions very much. They didn't hold them in, and they were very even though they expressed a lot of emotions at their core, you could just feel this sense of stability, emotional stability, because they didn't judge their emotions. They allowed themselves to feel. And then they were over it. It didn't, they weren't bitter. They didn't have the stuff. They just were able to flow with such love and, you know, cuss and throw things around if they needed to, but then they're over it. And then they're like, "Hi." And you're just like, "Wow." So hopefully that helps you understand who they are. It says, "When you cry, I'm even closer to you, hugging and reassuring you. Sometimes you feel my presence and sometimes not. However, I want you to know how beautiful you are. And when you're vulnerable with your heart fully open, feeling your raw emotions." Exactly that energy, right? Tears are a way to wash your soul of impurities, such as fear and worry. So maybe you need a good cry, right? It's a healthy means of releasing painful feelings. So I'm very proud of you for allowing yourself to cry. I know that it's difficult and that you want pain to end. And it will, I promise. Just know that your heart heals faster as you allow it to experience all of these feelings. Don't try to stay composed or hold back tears. Cry if and when you need to. People will understand. And if they don't, then that says much more about them than it does about you. Because God gave us the ability to shed tears for a healing reason. And it takes a strong person to cry. Wow. Boom. So I love that for you. So those are the three people that wanted to speak with you today. Hopefully, just know that you are loved and, of course, fully surrounded by a great host of loving beings. So that's what they have for you, Jojo. Thank you again for your donation. I appreciate that. Since we read from three oracles, oh well, I'm going to give you a Santa Muerta um, oracle for your fortune cookie. Since we had all of those uh, oracle already, you're probably oracled out. But these are short and sweet. And you got card 21. Okay, those opposites dancing together. Is that the grandparents again? Let's see what they bring in here. Instincts is the name of this one. Instincts represent the innate behaviors that are not the result of a learning process connected to the intellect, nor to personal or emotional choices that derive from the energy content of emotions. Instead, instinct is rather a force that taps into the collective unconscious and flows directly to the will. It is something intrinsically connected to our desires, our true nature, our creativity, and our sexuality. The advice of the dead says, indulge the flame that you feel burning without repressing it. Transform it into your strong point with pride, and you will obtain the results you desire. I love that. It's like they're encouraging you to be, let that Leo fire out and let it go, let it transform your life. Don't hold it back, because that fire in you is what brings you your dreams to life. So I love that for you. All right. So many blessings, Jojo. Thank you again for your donation. And just to give everyone an update on where we're at, we've got up next, we have Nelia and then Sudeshna and then Deb, Rocky Mountain Deb, and then Nelia and then Sudeshna and then back to Nelia and then Summer and then Love is the most powerful force in the universe. Well, it's powerful force. I think it's universe on your uh, name, but your handle is that times two. So we'll go to that. So that is what will be up next here. Let me just shout out anyone that has joined us here. We have Ankita Moore. Hello, Ankita. Thanks for joining us here. Add your free reading to the list here. And we got Collector. Hello. You're cleaning house. But you'd like a free reading. Absolutely. Um, what is that in your ears on your broom? Speak up. Oh, inhale. I love that. Yeah. So, put your whatever question that you want, put your while cleaning. Yeah, right. Yeah, so, put your question there, and we'll definitely do that for you. We have Maria P. Hello, Maria. Well, that's your general free reading there. Oh, you were a unicorn, JoJo? How perfect that you got that. I love it. Alright, so I'll grab your free reading here when you put your question there, collector. So back to donations. Let's continue the parte. Thank you guys again for all your patience in getting to your readings. They've been pretty chatty this weekend, so we'll get to everyone though. One way or another. Oh, did I get? Sorry, let me just make sure here. Because I don't think I grabbed Patricia. I just saw Patricia here. So hey Patricia, I think you kind of blended in with some people here because you were way up here. I totally didn't uh, put you in there. Okay, there. Now I got you. Spirit just. I missed someone the other night. I need to slow down a little. It's probably hyper. Okay. Anyway, sorry. Back to um, donations. So Nelia Maderos, you are up. Let's grab your first timestamp here. Of course, we'll circle back around for the other ones here in a moment. So thank you for the black cat. I love it. And I am doing well. I hope you're doing well. Good to see you. All right. Let me find your first question here. There it is. You want to know, when will Russ's dog Nova, oh, I love it, meet with Chai and Misto? I love it. The puppy dogs. All right. So, when will Russ's dog? Oh, let's do a when. We got the learning tarot for the when. So, based on current energies, when will they meet? Chinese stone. All right. This is the one that wants to be seen there. And then when they do meet, how will their interactions be? So, let's take a look here. Just how they will be there. Okay. And will they get along eventually with no one getting hurt? All right. Boom, boom, boom. And what else Spirit has to say here? We got these here too. All right. I love that you got the strength card, which looks like someone with their pet, their little dragon. Leo energy, strength, inner strength. Something about owners are always a reflection of their pets, and pets are always a reflection of their owners too. That's funny. All right. So when does this meet here? We got January 21st to February 19th. Based on current energy, we got the full card, which is a new beginning, a new adventure energy. That's coming in here. And that's based on current energy. That doesn't mean that it can't be drawn in sooner, but there's something about with the full card is because it's all about possibilities and letting go of expectations, the ending of an old cycle, the beginning of a new adventure. So in a way, when I expect it and I feel like it's supposed to happen, I push it away. So they're saying here that if we're like, I release it and go, it's going to happen in the perfect timing. I don't need to make it happen or worry about. I don't need to put fear energy or want or need energy around it because that just pushes it further away. It'll happen perfectly, and I like that energy. That can bring it in sooner as well. But right now, it's looking at that January 21st to February 19th, which is Aquarius season. Um, that comes in with all of that. So that's what the when is right now, but it can be sooner, like we said. When they do meet, how will their interaction be? Nova, we've got the Seven of Pentacles. I feel like this is slow. They're slow to kind of warm up. They just kind of want to take things like they're curious and they're like, I'm not so sure about this. They're a little standoffish. takes them a little bit more time to things to kick in. And it feels like because it's maybe 1 versus 2, they feel kind of like, this is I'm getting, um, tag teamed, kind of energy coming in with that there. Um, I do feel here, with Chai and Misto, with the King of Wands, very excited, happy energy. I don't know what kind of dogs these are, but Nova feels like a I don't know why it feels like a larger dog. I don't know why, but this is what they're showing me in my head, like a more of like a muddy, type of medium-ish dog, and I see Chai and Misto as like 2 chihuahuas. This is what they're showing in my head. This probably not them at all, but it's like there's this dog and they're getting 2 chihuahuas that are very excited energy, what like chihuahuas have in there, and they're, and the other dog is like, "Whoa, simmer down." It's like it's taking them a little more time to be so, active and interactive with them. But, I feel like it's good here. I feel like it takes them a little bit more time. So it's something that to consider with that energy coming in based on current energy is maybe introduce them separately if we can. Not have it 2 on 1, but 1 on 1 and then 1 on 1 and then introduce 2 to 1. Um, so if that's possible, that might help. Um, and then will they get along eventually with no one getting hurt? Yeah, we had the Sun card. And possibly outside, I feel like is an important energy, not being in someone's home. Um, a Because if it's in one person's, this is my pack, I get defensive. um I own this place, so that's they're very possessive, right? So if it's in an open place where they're all able to be together, even a dog park where they're not the only dogs, that's also something that came in. Just some ideas, whatever resonates for you, but really they're encouraging it to do it outside in a place where it's not one person's home and another person's home. It's a new place for both of them, both groups, so that they don't feel protective and defensive. You have the tower, yeah, and I feel like it's sudden here. I feel like there's a little bit of, you know, in the beginning with animals, especially dogs, they do um, have to express their dominance. I actually worked in a dog kennel for a summer many moons ago, and I learned so much. They were actually a trainer. The owner was a trainer of dogs, and I learned so much from because they taught me how to. Because we'd have upwards of 50 dogs was when they were full, and it was like how to interact with them all and do all this. And um, when they would introduce a new dog into like they had several dogs, there would be a little bit of rah, 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 and and I'm like, are dogs just horny? Is that why they're always trying to hump one another? And he was like, he was a very kind of different kind of. He wasn't like this joyful person. He was like very serious person. Um, and he was like, no. He goes, "That's how they express dominance." He would show me, "Do you see how that one lays down and lets them do that? They just submitted to their dominance. Do you see how those are fighting? We need to move them to a different pen because they're not going to submit, then they're gonna fight and bite, each other." So they taught me and one other person how we could um, notice that and put the proper ones and the proper pens together so they could play. And you know each one had its alpha male or alpha dog. They're not always male. Alpha um, dog in each one. And it's interesting that you're like, okay, so that happens, that's normal, right? And that's what I feel like with the tower. It's like there might be a little bit of bruh, 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 and then suddenly everything's fine because I feel like one expresses dominance and the others are like, all right, you're the head one in charge. That's it, right? So I like it. And we got the hermit, you know, we do have the being alone and independent. And I feel like hermit is that's what they're talking about, introducing them one on one instead of group. So it's like individually, let them meet, and then let them meet, and then they're like, "I'm familiar. I know your smell," and again, that two on one just feels like it's a bit overwhelming for Nova. All right, and then what was the last one here? Oh, and whatever else they want you to know here. We do have the 6 of cups here. Oh, that's interesting with the 5 of wands, which is drama. But it's transformation of energy, and it's interesting because the 6 of cups, since I saw that, they've known each other in past lives as humans. I know this it's gonna take a sec to have that all sink in, right? But Nova in a past life was human, as same as Chai and me still. We were animals too, you know, um, in other lifetimes, and, um but I feel like they all knew each other in a past lifetime as humans. So, I feel like you're gonna recognize some interesting interactions between the 2 of them that are there. So very interesting, right? So, fun, fun. All right. So, let's see what your fortune cookie is for this one. I love that though. What a great, interesting awareness. It's like, "Oh, wow. Yeah. Animals are human souls, just different expressions as we are. We've had experiences as plants and animals and elements and insects and all sorts of different experiences. So very interesting. Wow, and you got black cat, which is interesting. Isn't that what you? Yeah, that was your little sticker. Was the black cat? Card number 7, there's a curious journey into the depths of the unknown, hidden so deep that only the brave will gracefully return, with light in their eyes and shadow leading home. Wow. These aren't cats, right? Is there a black cat? But I do feel like, yeah, introducing them in a place that's not their own, if possible, helps. This is independence, survival, and grace. It says, "Hello, cat with 9 lives." Cats are graceful creatures, rivaling the snobbiest of humans. They are fiercely independent and value their time and space above all things. They are aloof, yet love affection, and they put their health and well being above all other things. Cats are also mysterious. They are the symbol of empowerment and setting boundaries, 2 qualities every witch needs to be successful in her craft. No wonder cats are a favorite among witches' familiars. That's funny. um, so when the black cat comes purring into your reading, you're being asked to find your independence. Grab some me time so that you can find your footing again. It's easy to get lost in the chaos when you have a lot going on. Yeah, so this talking about the energy and um, making it a peaceful introduction, making sure you're spending your time with your pets, with your familiars. So I like that. It helps them feel supported and safe, and they're going to respond and react to what they're feeling from both of you too. So if you are anxious, then they're going to pick up on your anxiety and that's going to put them on the defense. So as much as you can go into the introduction as calm and happy and loving as you can, then that's important. Loving on your pets, showing the other one, showing your pets that this is safe, that you love this animal too. But it definitely is being aware of their personalities because you don't want jealousy to kick in, right? Says taking a step back to see the bigger picture is the best way to get some fresh ideas about where to go next, how to solve a problem, or how to get out of a funk. Remember, me time doesn't have to be dramatic. Having a 20-minute coffee break at your local coffee shop can be just as rewarding as an all day staycation. When it comes to me time, choose quality over quantity always. The black cat asks you to learn the power of saying, wow, that was a loud one. We all have to set boundaries and rules. We cannot expect others to know what is okay or not okay without some guidance. So that's, pets again, right? Nor can we expect others to know when we have too much on our plates. It's okay to say no. This isn't a selfish act, and it doesn't mean you don't care. It's a sign of self respect and will help, in the long term, those in your immediate circle. You cannot give what you do not have. So I love that. So that's what they have for you, Black Cat. All right. So that's for that one, Nelia. Like I said, we'll circle back around for those here in a moment. You just touched lucky 13. You talking to me? You're so funny. You have your rules. All right. All right. And collector. Okay, you wanted to have yours about how is Craig? All right, that will be your free reading. We'll add you in here. Let me just move this here. All right. I think that was it here. Because we got Ankita, yeah, Maria. All right, very good. All right, and then let me describe here. I did have a PayPal come in. All right, that's for Maria P. So, Maria, we will add you um, to the list here for the donations. And I'll give an update on where we're at on donations here in just a moment here as well. You have two black cats. Oh, I love it. All right. Kitty, kitty, kitties. I love cats. We have a black lab. My hostess does, so that's my black cat. I get to say hello to her. She's so cute. All right. So let's dive back in here. So we have Sudeshna for your first one here. Let's grab your timestamp here. And we will circle back around for your additional one here in a moment. All right. So Sudeshna, let's give that a love and a like since it lets me. And you want to know next week for you, love, career, health, and guidance. All right, let's see what we got coming in here for you. So next week, what do we have happening here for love? Right, they just have one for love, and then we have career, just one. Health, of course, we already know about disclaimer around I'm not a medical professional. See the disclaimer about health. I feel like you have some underlying. So health might be your big focus next week. We'll see here. And then what other guidance for the week here? All right. And that there. All right. Overall, you do have the high priestess energy. Did you get this for this last week? This feels familiar, but you have the high priestess, which is a week of stepping back, connecting higher, looking to understand behind the scenes from a higher perspective. Why is this happening? Why is this week the things that happen? Why do I want this to happen for me? What's the gift in this moment? I feel like there's a big reflection. The high priestess, moon energy, Pisces energy too. A lot of the water, can be Scorpio and Cancer, moon energy too. But there's this reflecting into your emotional area of your life too, diving into that emotional depths. And there's revelations. There's hidden things in the emotions that can come up as well. But you're encouraged here this week to kind of, why did I want this to happen for me? Kind of energy. Regarding love, right, was up first. You do have the Eight of Swords. Yeah, the journey continues. The Eight of Swords is about letting go of mindsets and expectations around love that don't serve you anymore. So that's all the rules, the thoughts and beliefs that make us feel blinded and bound and trapped and restricted and small and unloved and blah, 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 right? All these opinions that were given to us growing up that tell us we're defined by other people's actions or non actions, their words or their silence. And there's a lot of clarity that comes in this week if you'll take that reflective time that releases it. Eight is a beautiful number of flow, which helps you release these mindsets, right? So for love, it is feels like this week is about letting go of some expectations. And if there's anything regarding love that bubbles up, anything that triggers, that's the indication. Look at me, I'm ready to get released. Because that's something that's holding you back, something that's weighing you down, that's not allowing you to move higher in vibration for love, to draw on something. And we don't want to continue to do what we've always done and get up, what we've always gotten, right? So there is that energy this week. And then around career, you have the Three of Swords. We have expectations equal disappointment with the Three of Swords. So, and this makes sense because your current job where you're at, there's just like this feeling of emptiness, like you're behind and you're trying to catch up. That's what happens with expectations. When we have all these expectations of what a job is supposed to bring us, the same thing with the relationships, right? Both of these mental energies around these things in the outside world that I have to do all this. We feel like we start here and we're way behind. We got all this space to make up just to get to zero. So when we're feeling that way in love, in career, in our health, in our lives, then that's an indicator that I'm in these small t truths and opinions and expectations that are rooted in fear, not in love. And so I can question that again and let it go. I like this for you because it's like part of your career journey right now is you becoming less and less and less content in that job because of where you're being nudged to go into something different, right? It's like the current job feels like, ugh, it just doesn't feel fulfilling, and that's because that's just a springboard to take you into something that is more in alignment with who you are. So I like that. And you're in the process of learning and growing, and that makes sense with all that coming in. Health wise for next week, you do have the Eight of Wands. Yeah, there's a lot of energy, energy, energy. This almost feels like a bit of anxiety. So kind of a guidance is to calm down. Get out and all these expectations and all this stuff. It's like take time to breathe, take breaks throughout your day to go do something that calms you, whether it's getting water, getting some tea, getting a coffee, looking outside, stepping outside just for 5 minutes in the sun. It's giving yourself these breaks, work for 20 minutes, take a 5-minute break. Take 20 minutes, 5-minute break. Make sure you're taking your lunch, make sure you're taking time for you. Taste something that really good. And I feel like there's a sensory kind of energy here too. Well, we do have the super full moon on Wednesday in earthy sensory Taurus. So, it's next week. What are you listening to? Do listen to things that are calming and that not that rev you up, things that calm. Look at things, colors, things, wear colors that are calming, smell things, eat things that are calming and that help you enjoy the moment. I feel like that's important for your physical health, your body to calm down because your energy just feels like it's whoa. Below the surface here, we do have the star card. Yeah, that's balancing energy. It's balancing of all your chakras. So um, I love colors help balance whatever color you're attracted to. Know that's your chakra that needs a little bit of energy. So red, orange, yellow, green, blue, violet, right? Indigo, violet. But you know, um, and listen to maybe YouTube has a ton of balancing chakra energies. Just whatever you're drawn to, balance is very important. Your energetic body with the Eight of Wands too. That makes sense. Energetic body can use some balancing here. And you have the Page of Swords. This is about, you know, some clarity comes in regarding your health this week. as well. And I feel like they're telling you to listen to your body. Your body's going to tell you whether it's something that upsets your stomach or something that makes you tired, something that makes you feel healthier. Pay attention to your body. It's really going to communicate with you this week. Yep. And yeah, the magician is the overall guidance for the week, which is a great reminder that whatever you focus in is what expands. So the more you focus in on a higher vibration, like gratitude and unconditional love and joy and laughter and play are very important, that those things expand. Also, if you're focusing on what you fear, what you want, what you need, um, and you get caught up in those fears and that anxiety, then that expands too. So just know that you are the one that draws in things in life. You're not at the whim of the outside world. That you're in control. You're driving the bus, the party bus. You're not in the back of a taxi being taken somewhere. You're the one driving it. So be really aware of your energy this next week. Right. So that's what they have for those, and we'll get you your fortune cookie here too. So you've got transformation. Yep. Beautiful opportunity of transformation, coming in here like a thousand storms held in the hand, soft against the winds. There is change arising from deep within. Here's that high priestess energy again from deep within, right? And let's see here. There it is. So this is about alchemy and change. Alchemy is trusting that it takes time for things to unfold. What's the rush? Enjoy the moment kind of energy. What is transformation but changing one thing into another? We are all after some alchemy, turning the lead of our lives into golden dreams and opportunities. A witch's specialty. She knows how to bend energy to her will and make something out of nothing at all. That can be both positive or lower vibration, right? Higher or lower. Because I can make something out of nothing that with low vibration energy can also find gratitude in things and change things too. So this is that magician energy coming in. Alchemy, magic, manifestation. It all leads to the same things. Changing what was into what you want it to be. There's an endless supply of resources for how you might go about such a change. There's no right or wrong answer for the transformation you seek. When transformation, the card, finds itself in a reading, it is because you are on the cusp of a significant shift. The winds are rolling in, so you better get ready. Even if you aren't aware of it, you've set things in motion. Every thought, every prayer, every action and inaction is a seed of manifestation waiting to take root. You, my most beloved, are about to see this manifestation surface. That's the magician, too. It's the manifestation. Whatever you focus on with your energy, whatever you're being energetically, is what you draw in. That's why the importance of balancing your chakras, balancing your meridians, your energetic system. Be prepared, as this may be swift and unpleasant like a tornado. This transformation will be especially unpleasant. Well, we didn't pull the Banshee card. Change is rarely easy. Sometimes change comes to us in ways we least expect, focusing us to make moves we wouldn't have done on our own. These might be destructive and chaotic, but the dust will settle and we will be left with a clean slate to fill with everything we truly want. So, this expectations, which is what the outside world is expecting you to be, and you should be, and need to be, and have to be, and must be, and all that. This is about, clearing that away, and you having a slate and you choosing what you want in your life. So I love this energy for you. So that's for that one. We will circle back around for more here in a moment. So we shall return. Hang in there. All right. So thank you, Moonlight, for your additional donation. I'll add you to the list. You've got Debbie O, Texas Virgo. Hey, Debbie O. Thank you so much. I will respond to your email that you sent, and thank you for all those services that you requested. So we'll circle back around after the session in between, um, depending on how long. I'll get back to you today sometime, even if it's late tonight, because depending on how many I have, I might be on here for a while. But thank you and hello, my my tech Zen friend. Hey, all right, sounds good. All right, I think that was all that came in here since then. Collector, what is that? Is that a oh, you're meditating. Is that a I can't tell if that's a raccoon, a cow, or a is that a animal? I can't tell. My I think I have my chat too small. Okay, anyway, so thank you, thank you. Let's take a quick sip here, everybody. Cheers. All right. So Deb, you are up next. You got 13202. Whoops. There we go. 13202. There we go. And let's move up here. And there is your donation. We'll give that a love and a like. So thank you so much for that and for sharing all of your fun experiences last night. And of course, the moon. I think you were here when I said that earlier, but thank you for those pictures of the moon last night. So beautiful. All right. So Deb, you have jury duty on a super full moon. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Will you be released? Let's take a look here. Based on current energies, let's take a look and see what we've got going on here. Will you be the chosen one? All right. Okay. Anything else here? I do want these and this here. It's a lot of cards for a no. I know. Uh-oh. Well, we'll take a look here. We'll see what we got here. And it is, I had jury duty. Uh, I got called for it twice. The second time I was released. I had to go, but then I was released. But the first one, it was an ugly um 6-year-old girl issue with her stepfather. And when you're empathic and you're in tune with spirit and you get truth right away, it's difficult to separate what you're picking up of like, oh my God, this is what happened from the facts that, they're able to present um, with it. And so it's very interesting when how that unfolds there, right? Oh, yeah, right. You're like, uh-oh. Well, let's take a look here. You do have the bottom of the deck. You do have the 5 of cups, which is a bit of sorrow, energy that comes in there. The first card is the Hierophant, which is about seeing things from a higher perspective, seeing the truth. I love that they have a Ouija board. Well, then that's one way to get out of it, you know. Say, I don't think I can try this case. Like beyond this, they're like, why? Because I'm psychic and I know they're guilty. You will be dismissed like that. The defense will be like, cut them out. I do not want them to be there. Yeah, tell them I'm a witch. I know that they're guilty. Um, but the Hierophant is about seeking higher truth. You do have the Two of Wands and the Leo energy strength card coming in here, which the Two of Wands does have to do with emotion, not emotional choice, but energetic choice, right? And with your higher self. Um, so if I focus on gratitude or I focus on fear, I'm going to draw that energy in, right? So I feel like that's possibilities. I don't feel like it's faded. Yes or no? but your energy can change this outcome is what they're saying here, which I feel like you're gonna be chosen with this energy that's coming in, but, um, I feel like you can change it by what you're focusing on here. I know. You got the 7 of Wands, and with that, it's about being true and and not hiding yourself, being true to your authentic self, not dimming your light, answer honestly. I know, because when they asked me the question, they're like, I forget the question, and I knew as soon as I answered it that I'm gonna be on the jury because you end up in the box first, and then as they ask questions, they'll like, "You can go," and then they replace it with someone else, right? Um, but they ask questions of the people, and then they dismiss they take turns dismissing and replace them and ask them more questions. But they ask something like, um, "So when you look over at this person, um, do you feel I mean, are they guilty? Do they look guilty to you?" And I'm like, "Oh, damn it," because 'Cause I'm like, well, you can't really judge someone by looking at them. You need to hear the evidence and you need to make a determination because we all can perceive things until we know the facts. And I'm like, "God damn it." And they're like, "Oh, okay, thank you." And I'm like, damn it. The time not to speak your truth, right? You're like, "Oh, no, he's guilty." I feel he's guilty, but I'll still listen to the evidence, but they have to prove it to me. Anyway, let's see what else comes in here. You do have the Page of Pentacles. Yeah, there's an opportunity. Let's see what came out with this too. And the Nine of Pentacles. So, you know, there is this abundant energy that comes through all this. And you do have the Two of Swords. Again, there's decision making, involved here. But I do feel like right now that you're chosen. Let me see here. Let's look at a learning tarot, just timing. Because based on energy right now, um, is it just a day thing or a 2-day thing or a murder month long one? Mine only lasted, I think we were there on a Monday and or was it Tuesday? I think I went in on a Tuesday and we came back and the trial was Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. So we were there 3 days with all that. You got the devil card here, energy coming in, which is the work, work, work energy. Um, and what is this here? Because it has it's Capricorn season, December 22nd to January 19th. But we're not in any kind of Capricorn energies. The 22nd comes in, it might be 2 days. Yeah. Right, yeah, exactly. So, it does feel like here, with this here's the work, here's the questioning, the thinking, the analyzation, but it's, 19, 20, 22. I feel like it is I don't feel like it goes beyond that, but it might be 2 days, like Wednesday, Thursday. But I feel like you're gonna be fine here, um, and we'll see here, are you able to make your weekend trip here? Whoops. Let's shuffle from the right side here. And your surgery is in December. Yeah. Yeah, the tower. The tower is a sudden movement here, and that's okay. The tower is, trust, um, that I feel like there's gonna be a sudden, um what is this? It's like there's a sudden thing. I feel like you're able to make it on Friday because I feel like there's a sudden decision made and quick decision made. So I like that. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I think I might be lagging a little bit because yeah, you got it. As I'm doing it, you're typing it. That's funny. Um, yeah, but I feel like it's sudden. Either a quick decision is made by the jury, or they settle and they don't they're like, "Never mind, the defense and the prosecutor came to an understanding. Bye." Um, so I feel like, it's not gonna be something big and huge like, murder, but I feel like it's something that can be solved within a couple days. So I feel like you'll still be able to do it, but you can release it and go, "You know what? I'm gonna allow that to, just to go, and I'm gonna trust and, focus on gratitude, not the fear, because if you focus on, oh no, what if, and you're like, what if you get stuck in it, you'll just go up Friday evening because that's the thing about court. They don't go 24/7, right? They let you go unless you're on a murder where they have to have you sent off to a hotel and watched, which I don't feel any of that at all. I feel like it's a short one. So, all right. So, Deb, enjoy that. Fun, fun. All right. So thank you again for your donation. Enjoy your party this weekend too, the celebration. All right. And then Debbie O, thank you. I'll add you to the list here. And where we're at for donations, we're going to have Nelia up next for your second one. Then we'll jump to Sadeshna for your second one, and then back to Nelia for number three. And then we go to Summer or Moonlight. And then Love is the Most Powerful Force times two. And then Maria P. And then back to Summer, Moonlight. And then to Debbie O. That's where you'll be after that. Right, and I don't think I got any others there. So thank you guys for your patience in getting to all the readings here. All right. Let me move that there. So Nelia, let's grab your second one here. So here's your two timestamps. We'll give you all three here when we circle back around. All right. So this one is for the hot dog. So thank you for that donation. And you want to know, what will it be like when Russ lives in the town of Toulon? What will it be like for you? A general on your relationship when he lives there, and what else Spirit wants to say. All right. All right. So what's the experience there? Just in general. And then what will it be like for you? And then a general on your relationship when he lives there. Okay. And what else Spirit wants to say? And we got 4 cards for all that together. That makes sense here. Bottom of the deck, you do have the Knight of Wands overall, and that is movement of passion, and it's an interesting energy to come up with all that. But I heard like not so much, but its absence makes the heart grow fonder, but it's so much like and it's not absence, but it's like distance makes the makes it more juicier in a way, because it's like, when you have someone nearby, quantity, not so much quality. But when you have to plan and it's not, easier, quality, kicks in. And I feel like that's the kind of energy that happens here, quality. Um, and it's not taken for granted, a kind of energy. Interesting. What will it be like when Russ lives in the town? So the first of all here, we do have the 9 of Pentacles, which gives you guys some important alone time. And the World card is an ending of an old cycle, the beginning of a new adventure. It's a victory card, but it feels like it's a good part of the stage here, because the breaking of an old cycle, sometimes we can have like an energy where we start to lose ourself in relationships. And when we are kind of forced to have our alone time, that allows us to get reconnected and realize someone doesn't become my life. They can share my life, but my life is my own and they don't make or break me. It's kind of like that independence energy, which is important in a relationship, not to lose ourselves, not to become, where the lines are all blurred, but that, um, it, you know what I'm trying to say, right? So that energy. And then what will it be like for you? You have the 10 of Wands and the Knight of Swords. So we have here the 10 of Wands is it allows you to really focus your energy and to take an inventory of where you're investing all of your energy. And the Knight of Wands, not Knight of Wands, the Knight of Swords. Yeah, the Knight of Wands underneath. But the Knight of Swords is clarity and learning and growing and understanding. There is also this organization, organizing energy coming in with this that I don't normally get. But 10 of Wands is where am I investing all my energy? What is truly urgent and important to me? What's truly important but not urgent to me? And what's saying it's urgent but it's not important to me? Your prioritization really kicks in here, and it feels good. I mean, I really feel like this is a positive because you're able to really, again, quality over quantity. Quality is what's truly urgent and important to me. I'm going to invest my energy in that. And then the stuff that's urgent, I mean, sorry, important but not urgent, I focus on that after that. The other stuff I don't worry about. You're able to like cut some stuff out of your life that's just draining some energy, and I like that. So very much feels pinpointed here, right? And then let's take a look here at your the relationship energy and what else spirit wants you to know. Yep, King of Wands. Again, power of choice. Um, it's intentional energy. It's making plans and deciding what we want, putting plans together and making it happen kind of energy that comes in here. It's like the relationship becomes intentional instead of convenient, which is not so much that right now, but it does feel like it's very intentional in that we want this and we'll make this work kind of energy. You have the Eight of Cups. Yep. Again, you got um, emotional inventory. Got energetic and emotional inventory. It's like, where am I investing all of my emotions? Where am I investing all of my energy? It's really becoming very clear on what I want, and I feel like this really helps both of you just really cut a lot of stuff out of your life emotionally, mentally, energetically that doesn't serve because, again, I feel like the intentionalness of the relationship rolls over into the intentionalness of life. And again, this what's truly important to me energetically, emotionally, and I like that. So it feels very positive here. You also have the Hanged Man. Yeah, there's the waiting, but there's the transformational energy. Again, like with the World card, it's the ending of old ways and the beautiful transformation from something that is normal to something that is unique, like from a caterpillar to a butterfly. And yeah, and the Two of Pentacles. Balance, energy, but I love that the way they have this card being, there is togetherness in the physical world, but it is balanced energy, which is good because I know we can go overbalance in relationships where we tend to overgive and over shrink and all that. And there's this beautiful balance that comes in with this energy. So I like this for you, Anelia. Let's see what your fortune cookie brings in here too. We'll pull from the Santa Marta Oracle. Since this is your second one, we go to that deck, is the process today. So let's see what we have here for this. And we'll circle back around for number 3 here in a moment as well. So thank you so much for all your multiple donations. You've got the number 19. Yeah, don't lose your head. Scrub the mind. Let's see. Let's see what this is here. Card 19. This is memory. Memory is the capacity to conserve and recall information, emotions, and events by searching within our minds. It forms one of the bases of human knowledge, and it is fed by the sensory impressions left on us by what surrounds us and will form the next material world of actions. Memory is also the function that allows us to recall our ancestors, the people we have loved that have left us, just like our past experiences. So, the advice of the dead, take advantage of the reserve of culture and experience that the people that came before us have accumulated. I like that. And it's like, I feel like there's this energy here about gratitude, right? Not fear what I'm going to lose or fear the future, but what am I grateful for in this moment, and what I have had? So it's think about, focus on that, have the mindsets not go into the fears, but go into what we love about things, because that's how we get through it. Not about what's not happening, what won't happen, this, that, and blah blah. Because the more we focus on the emptiness, we get more emptiness. When we focus on the gratitude for what we have, we get more of that. So I love that. So hopefully that makes sense. That's what they have for you, my dear. So many blessings to you. And again, like I said, we'll circle back around for your additional one here in a moment. All right. Hey, Sudeshna, thank you for your additional donation. We'll add that to the end here. So you'll end up with, I think, 3 here eventually, but we're on to your number 2 right now. So let's grab that. Perfect timing. So here's your 2 donations for that. Put that one off of that list. All right. And so we'll dive in here. Scroll up. There we are. So we'll give that a love and a like for number 2. And you want to know, will you be able to go on the Darjeeling trip on November 19th, the 23rd now? If yes, how will be the trip? If not, why? All right, we'll take a look here. So cheers to you. Hear my stomach growl. All right. All right. So, based on your current energies, will you still be able to go on the trip November 19th? All right. Got all those that came in here. That is the answer there. And then I feel like these were going to be, how will the trip be? All right. So, we'll take a look here. Yeah, we do have the 4 of Swords on the bottom of the deck here. I like this, the way they have the coffin. It's, you're putting a nail in it, but it is a very restful energy. Put your mind at ease. Kind of let the expectations go around what it is supposed to be and should be and need to be. Enjoy it for what it is. Otherwise, it might feel like, and that's always a good reminder for us. So if we go in expecting it to be all this stuff, if it doesn't match all of that, we'll feel disappointed. If we go in with 0 expectations, then it's going to be a wonderful, type of energy around that. And it's about abundance and a great time, right? Are you going to be able to go? Well, you do have here the 6 of Wands, which is a joy, victory. It looks like there's a party. So that is a yes, based on current energies, that you can go. You have the 7 of Pentacles, which is the last thing that grows on the fruit tree, is the fruit. And I feel like there is a little bit of patience trust that things will unfold, because there's a little bit in here of, because I don't know if there's multiple people involved in this, and it's like this person's taking their good old time and reserving things or doing it, and it's like, distrust it. It's all gonna turn out fine, with being able to go and the plans and the reservations and different things. Just try to have patience with the others, because I feel like there's some people that are dragging their feet. So that's funny that that's like underlying energy. How will the trip be? Yep, you have the 3 of swords. So they're reinforcing that expectations equal disappointment. So they're telling you, if you go in with expectations, you're gonna be disappointed. If you go in with no expectations or very little, you're gonna love it, right? So that's important there. You get a 4 of pentacles. It's a very solid foundation energy that comes in here. That's interesting. Um, because it feels like home energy, where I don't know if someone rents a home or whatever accommodations that are in, you feel very secure and it feels very homey. And I feel like you really enjoy where you physically stay in the physical room and building energy here. Yeah, and you have the Ace of Cups. You have a great energy of happiness and heightened joy energy with the Ace of Cups. Um, go in with self-love is like what spirit is recommending, because if you go in loving yourself and just, I know that I get to choose to have a good time. I get to choose the story, my emotions, my energy. So I can either choose to have a great time or a horrible time. It's all in my power and no one else's. I like this, referring back to that here. Um, but I feel like it's just a great reminder, don't go in with a lot of expectations, because that's when we are like, there's gonna be always something that doesn't meet up to this long list of expectations. But if we go in just nothing, we have the bestest time ever, right? Yeah, and you have the Knight of Wands. A lot of energy, a lot of action, um a lot of movement. I feel like there's a lot planned, a lot of stuff you can do, feels very energized. Um, and there is, with the Knight of Wands, it is a quest of stepping into your power too. So, like they said, what they've been saying is, um, something I used to tell, when I'd post for New Year's Day, I would be Happy New Year, and if not, it's your own damn fault. Because if I don't have a good year, that's my choice, and I'm the only one that decides if the kind of year I'm gonna have. So happy New Year, happy vacation, happy trip. If not, that's your choice. But you're the only one that gets to decide it for you, not anything that happens in the outside world. I love that for you. I feel like this is gonna, if you go in, it's a great learning experience to realize I'm the one that gets to choose, regardless how anyone else is acting or not acting, saying or not saying. I'm gonna have a great time. I like this. Your fortune cookie is card 15. Like this. Big new moon energy coming in here. Let's see here. 15. This is Tlazotl. I don't know if that's how you say it. It's Tlazolteotl. So I'll let you pronounce that. Mother goddess of the earth, of sex, of the moon and of birth, connected to the second and seventh cards. The complementary primary impulses of masculine and feminine, which can only bring forth descendants by cooperating. Benevolent protector of fertility, we see her devouring a malevolent centipede, for she was also seen as a purifying goddess to whom people confess their sins, which she purified by devouring. Like, if you ever heard of a sin eater. The advice of the dead says, trust your intuition, but first accept and admit your defaults to yourself. Only in this way can your journey be prolific, rich, and unobscured by your ego. I like this because this is what is my default. Well, as humans, our default, if we're not conscious, and when we're unconscious, we fall into our expectations, right? And so this is like, be aware of your default and go, no, I'm going to choose instead of going to my default. And then my ego, my fear, um, and all that mind stuff doesn't get involved and ruin the trip for me. Instead, I get to have enjoyment because I'm consciously choosing to enjoy it. So I love that for you. So that's what they have for that one, my dear. So many blessings to you. Right. And then we will circle back around for number 3 for you. But now, yeah, we're back to your number 3. Let's grab that series of time stamps here. Boom, boom, boom. All right. I think that is it. Yeah. All right. So your one here, this is the rose, the flower. So thank you for your extra donations here. I'm so grateful. Right, here it is. So will Jennifer get a new job soon? And if so, what type and where? A general on this, and will it affect her and Brett's relationship? Ooh, all right. Cheers to you. Let's take a look here. Step into Jennifer. Started watching The Witcher, the next season. I love The Witcher, even though Henry Cavill isn't in it. It's all right. We'll let Liam be there. But um, Yennefer is the name of one of the characters. That's who came to mind. So let's take a look here. Based on Yennefer's current energy, will she get a new job soon? Okay, thank you. That's underneath it there. What type? Thank you. And where? Thank you. And then a general. Will this affect the relationship with really all those? No, not all those. Yes, all those. All right. Well, we got 2 and then 3. They want them split out. They're like, yes, but separate. All right. Well, we like the bottom of the deck because altogether she has the 10 of Pentacles, which is an abundance of the outside world. It's a relationship card too. So I feel like overall it feels like a positive outcome in her life right now. And then let me get back up to the questions here. So, will they get a new job soon? Yep, the world card. Ending of one, beginning of a new one. So, kind of knew we had that. It's a victory card, of course, as well, but it's a new adventure. Below the surface here, yeah, it's 7 of Pentacles. We'll look at the when here. Well, we didn't ask when, did we? No. So it's a little bit of time that it's taking here, but it's the 8 of Swords along with the 7 of Pentacles. You know, it's the last thing that grows on the fruit tree combined with letting go mindsets and thoughts and beliefs that would normally kept us feeling blinded and bound and trapped and restricted, right? Yes, we'll pull a when card and see based on current energies, when will this be? Because I feel like what's been taking a while to find a new job has allowed them to grow a lot mentally, and to let go of some stuff that, like some beliefs that, oh, I can't get a job like that because of some other responsibilities and some discontent in the current job that they're in. They're realizing it needed to happen before I would take a risk to do something I wouldn't feel like worthy of or that I could do. I'm like, what can it hurt? I'm going to try for this kind of energy. Yeah. And the 5 of Wands, the change of energy. We have July 1st to December 17th. So that's a big period of time, which we're in here. So any time between now and December 17th is this, but I feel like this 7 of Pentacles, it started back on July 1st, the what's the story? The something about the era or something of discontent. That's when it started, back in July, strongly anyway. And but between now and December 17th, I feel is when it will happen. What type of job? Strength card, Leo energy. It's something more seen, something more visible with this energy. And again, like I was just saying, it's something that she normally wouldn't have gone for before, but she's developed this courage and this energy to step forward in this and to step forward and go in that. So I like that, because it is again something that she wouldn't have normally have gone for, but because of this discontent and because of the waiting, it's caused them to be able to go for something they normally wouldn't go for. So that's the type that they're in. But this Leo energy is about it's a leadership kind of energy, also a look at me energy. That's the lower vibration expression, like all of our signs have, but it is about being seen, but it also is about a leader. So it's a more again, it's I feel like it's maybe being a supervisor, a coach, or someone who teaches or develops or helps manage or lead people. It's that kind of position. So interesting, right? Where we have the Page of Pentacles. The Page of Pentacles is a new opportunity. It's a heightened opportunity. So with that world card, I don't feel like it's like in the company they're in, because sometimes a page can be an enhancement, which could normally be like, oh look, they get a promotion at work. But with that world card, that's an ending of an old cycle, the beginning of a brand new adventure back at zero. It's the ending and beginning, not an enhancement energy. And they reminded me of that when I saw that. So that's telling me that it's at a different company altogether. I don't feel like it's out of town or anything. I feel like it's within the same city, with that. And then we asked about the general, how it will affect their relationship. Got the Two of Pentacles. There is this balanced energy in the King of Pentacles. So, here's that togetherness and that abundance, just like we had with the Ten of Pentacles. So there very much is that energy that's there. We also have the Magician. Well, it's up to her. It's up to each of them, actually, right? Magician is whatever I focus on grows and expands, with it all. We do have the Six of Swords, which is letting go of old ways of thinking. There is movement and transformation. Those are positives. And the Empress. I mean, this is about powerful energies, Mother Nature, Mother Nurture energy, but it is an abundance, a harvest energy. We got the King of Pentacles, the Ten of Pentacles, the Empress. All this is very positive. Um, it feels like it balances things out, though, which we got earlier with you um, and your relationship about balance, right? With them going to a different city, it's about balance. I feel like this also is reflective in their relationship. It allows, you know, because of this new learning curve and this, that she needs to take care of herself and do things for herself. So it brings a nice balance and a good grounding, energy as well into their relationship. So I like that. Let's see what the fortune cookie is that comes in for this one here. So for Yennefer. All right. And we've got the card number 10. Yeah. Endings and beginnings energy coming in here. It's positive overall here. Again, another 10. And this energy is, oh my gosh, Mictlatectocotl. M-I-C, like K-E-Y-M-O-U-S-E. No, Mictlatecutli. Talk about a name, right? It's the king of the dead and the afterlife, ruler of the deepest part of the underworld, along with his wife Mictlantecuhtli. I'm not going to spell it. He forms the binary and complementary opposition of dis 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 disaggregation of bodies and matter. It's not disintegration, it's disaggregation. We see him devouring a body for rupturing and fading out, and the starting point for any successive work of creation or regeneration. It's the endings and beginnings energy. He is the alchemic solve to separate, the analysis before synthesis, and the phoenix that dies and turns to ashes before rebirth. There you go. The advice of the dead. It's time to look at the situation from a more in depth point of view, to analyze the circumstances before you, before you, I think it was a typo, before you, I think it was begin putting the pieces back together. So I like that because that's that, this time period of before they're going to a new position, they're getting things in order within them that allows them to make the leap here, this ending and beginning energy. So, what a great reading. I love that. So, that is what they have for Jennifer. So, thank you so much again for your multiple donations, Nelia. And I'm excited for your adventures. It's like you and Jennifer kind of have a similar little path with your relationships. Yeah, we tend to give ourselves away and shrink, but this is us stepping into our power and balancing things. So I like that. All right. My little nose is dripping here. Let me just blow my nose real quick here. Make sure I get all the boogies. All right. So we will continue here. Thank you guys again so much for all of your patience and getting to your readings. I greatly appreciate that. All right. So up next, we do have Sama, also known as Moonlight. Here is your first one. We will circle back around for your second one eventually there. So thank you so much. Let's find it up here. There we are. What is this? Coming soon stickers. So thank you for that in your donation. And I am having a nice Saturday. Hopefully you're having a nice Saturday. Yeah, it's still Saturday where you're at. It's not into the depths of the morning yet, right? Actually, it is pretty late at night, isn't it? Aren't you like 8 or 9 hours away? So it's not too late. Not for you anyway. Upper hours of the night, I know. All right. So you'd like spirit messages for the day and tomorrow? Absolutely. And again, yeah, congratulations on being the winner last night for your free 15-minute personal recorded reading. Right. The energy of the day. Thank you. Which is leading you into the energy of tomorrow, which leads you into this energy here. Okay. Yep, we have beautiful Empress energy coming in, which is positive, birthing, harvest energy, but a very self care, Mother Nature, Mother Nurture, nurturing yourself energy, um, which, of course, very much coincides with your Cancer moon, Cancer energy, right? So we like that mother yourself kind of energy. Um, let's go down. It's only 8:15. Oh, okay. Oh, you're only 7 hours, difference from me. Well, for now, but you will be 8 hours tomorrow, starting tomorrow. Alright, so the energy of the day, you have the 5 of cups. So there is this bit of emotional transformation and emotional awareness today. Of course, we're in Scorpio sun and Pisces moon, so we do have a lot of emotional energy going on. So I feel like there's been a little bit of a fluctuation in emotional energy today. I feel like they're kind of giving a summary, a little bit of kind of almost going in circles. It's like we start here and then we go up and then we have some and then there's something. It's just like this. It's not like up and down, but it's not like, it's, it's been some woo, doo, 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 roller coaster, right? And that's all right. Below the surface of all this, we do have the 6 of Pentacles, which is that giving and receiving energy. Little bit of awareness of it's almost like the codependent in us, the overgiver, the need to want to be wanted, the need to be needed, kind of bubbling up. It's like it's like it rose going, I want this. And you're like, I know, come here, boo 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 doo. And you've comforted that energy. But there is that need of balance, um, the tendency to go into overgiving, kind of it just really expanded itself today. And it makes sense with all this emotional energy. It's like, I need to feel. And in that, we kind of can go into an old kind of like a wedge, right? Um, of repetitive old ways, our old habits create a big groove that things can fall into until the new groove becomes deeper and we fall into that instead. Our new way of thinking, our new way of being and choosing. So it's all right. And be gentle with ourselves, going, today's a good day that we can feel. You've been sleeping a lot, which of course going into the dream world of Pisces energy and Scorpio energy too, both of those can take us really deep into things. So yeah, I feel that. Let's see here. I feel like these two cards are for the remainder of this evening, and then we go into tomorrow's energy. Yeah, of course, you're already like, I already know. I get it. I'm in hermit energy and high priestess. So you got both of my, I'm gonna be alone and I'm stepping away and everyone leave me alone. So there is this stepping away, connecting with spirit. I mean, the veil is very thin. Feel like you are dreaming and you might not even be remembering some of what you're dreaming, but you're being drawn. Your people on the other side are really talking to you, people who've passed. You got your spirit guides and all this kind of strong communication, but you're being drawn into this. It's almost like they're FaceTiming you in your dreams. They're like, "Zip, here, let's go talk." And that's why you're being drawn into more sleep today too. So you're tired and emotions, are up and down, but it's also you're being drawn into this. And it is a time of emotional transformation. There's a lot of emotional work that's being done in your dream time. So, you can trust that. So interesting. Let's see here for your Sunday tomorrow. You got the star card, connection with your higher self, balancing energy coming in tomorrow, and something you might plan to do tomorrow. Whatever you do to balance your energetic systems, your meridians, your chakras, your aura, you know, um, what I love is color. What color are you drawn to? Wear it, eat it, wear jewelry with it. Because that's like one of your chakras is wanting attention, whether it's the deep red or the orange or the yellow or the green or pink. We have pink today. Even have pink over here. My little other light. Let me see. Can I do it? Yeah, right, right there is the high heart energy. And of course, the aqua and the dark blue, navy, indigo, and violet, whatever energy you're being drawn to. I feel like it's important to balance your chakras. You can even listen to YouTube videos that have balancing chakra music or, different things like that too. So, you know, um, tomorrow is about balance and they're nudging you to balance your energetic system. That's what I love about the star card. Usually there's one big star and then 7 small stars, which represent your chakra system. That's where that balancing energy comes in. Um, yeah. What else? You have the Fool card, yeah, another major arcana. It's an ending of an old cycle, the beginning of a new adventure, letting go of some stuff, some energy of new possibilities, and let tomorrow be just a day of no expectations. I'm just going to flow. I'm going to follow my heart, follow my gut, especially around balance tomorrow. And so it's like if there's plans, feel okay canceling them, or just see how I'm going to feel when I get towards that. And if I don't feel like going, I'm not going to go. But I feel like tomorrow is very much about a zero day, zero expectations. That way, anything I do is above and beyond extra, but no expectations equal no disappointment tomorrow. I'm just going to flow with wherever I go and whatever I do, with the focus being on balancing my energetic system. And that's my only intention for tomorrow, kind of energy. You have the Three of Wands. Yeah. Don't be afraid to go a different direction with new information. Three of Wands is all about flexibility tomorrow. And the Knight of Swords. Yeah, the quest of clarity. I do feel like you have clarity that comes in, and I feel like as you get this energetic balance, as you do the different things, as you drink and eat things of certain colors and focus on, wearing certain colors, viewing certain colors, whatever balancing energy you get, this clarity that drops in from above. So I like that. Um, Clarity of mind really makes itself known here. But very much this Mother Nature, Mother Nurture energy this weekend. It's about nurturing yourself, and the Hermit energy will, and High Priestess energy will, what do tides do? Will go out and come in, rescind. It'll go out eventually. And so just know that this is for you. And um, as you're doing this, and you're like, I don't care, is what I want. I don't want to be around people. But don't beat yourself up. Just know that this is time for you. You've given so much to so many people all your life. Now is the time for you. And you're really, that concrete is drying, and putting yourself into this place of, I get to become the chalice and fill up, and everyone else gets the overflow. I don't sacrifice me anymore. I get to be full and overflowing, people get the overflow. I get to eat the big piece of cake, and they get the crumbs that are left over. When I'm full, you get the leftovers, not before. Your fortune cookie, yeah, you have ancestors. A lot of ancestral energy um, amongst the people that are connecting with you. Number 3, like the Empress energy. There's also this energy of creativity around all this 3 energy. So, whatever you feel like creating, whatever you do, if you paint or watercolor or doodle or whatever you do, wherever that creative energy is, let that flow tomorrow too. Or tonight, if you get a fire under your butt to do something, on, oh, I want to do this, but just allow it to be a flow. Don't make it like work. Oh, I got to be creative today. Just go, yeah, I haven't done this in a long time. I'm going to get out that crochet, that, needlepoint or whatever I would do. I'm like, I haven't done that in a while. It's up in my closet. I'm going to get that down. And I want to just do that, or put a puzzle together. It's something about creating something tomorrow from fun, not from a work aspect. It says here with the ancestors, they hiss a quivering so deep only roots of your soil can lift the nakedness hidden within the vows made in silence, an ancient chill walking upon the spine. I like that. Oh, poems. Fun. Yeah, this is about protection and guidance from your ancestors. Says your ancestors are always with you, protecting you. They watch over you and keep you from harm's way. They are present, telling you that it is safe to go forward, and you absolutely need to. You feel them with you. They also protect you from things you cannot see, like someone trying to put a hex on you, or someone who's talking about you behind your back. These threats never make it to you because your ancestors have protected you without you having to ask. They want what is best for you and they love you unconditionally. I feel like you need to know that you are very supported, especially if many people as you have supported that they are always around you and you are loved and supported a lot. Says rest easy. You have chosen this card because oh yeah, rest easy. Period. You have chosen this card because you're being protected and guided even if you can't see how. Everything that has brought you here has been for a purpose. There is some lesson, blessing, or miracle in every situation you've ever faced, good or bad. Trust in those who watch over you. Know that there are thousands, maybe millions of your ancestors who have walked before you, and they're sharing their love, their wisdom, and their protection with you. Be sure to thank them because you wouldn't be here if they hadn't walked their hardships before you. Many have lived and died, laughed and suffered, and sacrificed so that you can be here. Honor your ancestors by trusting them to watch over you. Call on them when you feel alone or afraid and give your fears to them, allowing them to hold you as you walk your path through life. Wow. Beautiful, beautiful message there. I love that. Right. So that is what they have there for your first one there. Like I said, we will circle back around for you um, in a moment or a little bit for that. So I'm hitting about 2.5 hours here. So I'm going to take a little break here from donations and complete some free readings. And then we will bounce back in to donations, of course. Um, I don't think I have any other free readings. I think I have them all on my little list here. Because Collect Doer, you were the last one, I think, here. So, hey, Crescent Moon, welcome, welcome. Good to see you. Hello, hello. I'll add you to the donation list. I'm going to run to the little boys' room real quick because I'm going to be on for a little while longer here. And before I jump into the free readings, this is a good stopping point just to run. And do I need more coffee? I might even just grab some more coffee. But I'll be back in just a couple of moments here. And then we'll continue the free readings and then get back into the donations as well. So thank you guys so much. And thank you for all your love. I get some Java juice. All righty. Make sure I'm not falling off the chair here. Get up on my stool. All right. So thank you guys for your patience. We are all refreshed now. Got more coffee. Made room for more liquid. All right. So we will jump in here and complete some free readings here. And don't forget, after we're done here with the stream, I will be pulling two winners, one from the donations and one from the free readings. And so we'll be pulling a winner for a 15-minute personal recorded reading. We did two Thursday night, two last night. We'll do two here, two tonight, and two tomorrow too. So there's more opportunities. And of course, we have a drawing next Wednesday. Every new and full moon for the rest of the year, I'm going to have drawings for a 30-minute personal recorded reading or a hedge of peace and love. So all that information's down in the description box with the link to the drawing video, so you know how to get into that as well. So fun. Hey, Debbie, good to see you. Love and light to you too. Excuse me as I hiccup. All right. All right, so let us jump in. So for free readings, we have Andrea 54 Hector. Let's grab yours here. There is your timestamp. And you wanted to know, did Carlos, the Leo, blow you off today to be with another woman? Carlos. You know, it's days like that we wish voodoo dolls didn't boomerang back on ourselves. Let's take a look here. Let's find out if they did though first, right? So let's see here. Did Carlos blow you off to be with another woman? All right. Got that. Do I want those? I don't want those. Let's see what else we got here. Anything else? All right. No, we have the Seven of Pentacles with the Nine of Pentacles. Nine of Pentacles is an alone energy. It's a hermit energy. Seven of Pentacles is a time. So this is like a time alone. I feel like they are just wanting some time to be by themselves with this energy here. It doesn't feel notorious or whatever the word is that I'm trying to find here. Nefarious, that's the word I was looking for. Thank you, Spirit. They're like, you mean nefarious? Yeah, that's it. So it feels like it's something to do alone, almost like recuperating. Maybe they overdid it last night, but I just feel like they need some alone time. It doesn't feel, like I said, like another woman there. So that's the energy that's coming in right now. At least not this time. It wasn't. I know, right? Oh, another question. I'm just kidding. All right. So hang in there, Andrea. That's what they have for you. Easy breezy. All right. And then we have MM28-5. You are up, and I know your name is a little differently, but that's the username here, but at least you'll be able to recognize it. And you want to know, will you see D in the next 2 weeks? So based on current energies, will you see D in the next 2 weeks? All right. So you've got here, wow, Two of Pentacles that came up here. This would be a yes for me because look, you get to see them literally, like right here. You get to see them. And what else do they want you to know here? We do have the Three of Swords, which is this normally is like disappointment. But it also could mean unexpected. And I feel like it's going to be in unexpected way that you see them, not in the expected way that you're wanting it to be, but you still get to see them. And there is a little kind of guidance from spirit, just kind of go into it without expectations. Because when we go in with expectations, usually we face disappointment because not everything will happen the way we want it to. If we go in with very little expectation, then anything that happens is above and beyond, and we like that. And we can live from a place of disappointment or live from a place of abundance, and it has a lot to do with the expectations that the mind wants to put on things like, well, this is what should happen and supposed to and need to and have to and must, even getting together expecting, well, it should be, this is what should happen. Instead, we can focus on gratitude for what we've loved about when we've seen them in the past, and the things we're grateful for in our life will draw more in things and to be grateful for it as well. Based on current energies, I do feel like you do get to meet them here in the next 2 weeks. So I like it. So that's what they have for you. Many blessings to you. Right. Nelia Medeiros, thank you for your donations earlier for your free reading here. Let's grab this here. You will be entered into both drawings. What does Spirit want you to know? Let me take a quick sip here. Cheers. All right. What does Spirit want you to know right now? All right. Got the Strength card and the Knight of Swords. I love this energy here. As soon as I said that, I heard you are loved, and but it came from above. You are loved from above. And the Strength card represents your human self being the animal and the higher self. And we got this with your they're reminding me that you got it from your animal, the dog pet reading, right? But this is your higher self, right? And that there's this wonderful relationship that you are so loved consistently, unconditionally, eternally, always. And you are loved, you are a part of this. And this Knight of Swords is about communicating and movement, and that your higher self has been giving you a lot of messages of love, nudging you, tapping you a lot on your brain with the swords mental energy, dropping things in about how empowered you are, and remember who you are, that you're more than this character, you're a part of me, a powerful supernatural eternal spirit being made of unconditional love. So I like this coming in here, and I feel like they're wanting you to know that you are so much more than this character, that you, of course, we talked about, you've been an animal in other lifetimes. You've had millions of different expressions of who you are in many different um, timelines and universes and frequencies and dimensions, that this is just a small piece of who you are. It's almost like putting things in perspective, not just with the small stuff, that you're so much bigger than this, just this, but you are this on purpose, for a purpose. And it's not an accident that we chose to be here and to experience this. So I feel like that's an important thing to know right now in your life. So hopefully that resonates and helps with the energy of this moment for you. So that's what they have for you, Nelia. So many blessings to you. Right. And then we have Patricia. You are up. All right. Let's put this here. There we go. And Patricia, you went said you're going back to a hotel for Turkey Day. Can Spirit advise is booking with the Hampton in Franklin? Stayed at before for your highest and best. All right, let's take a look here. Good. I'm so glad that you're able to go for Thanksgiving Day. Boom, boom, boom. Can you believe it? I can't believe it's November 1st. All right, let's take a look here. So tell us about this hotel. Is it the most best experience that you can have here? You have the Five of Swords, which is a little bit of conflict here. And the Magician card, which Magician card is that, you're empowered to have, you could have a great time no matter where you're at, because whatever you focus on is what you expand, right? The 5 of Swords, though, that is a conflicting energy. Um, I feel if you will, focus on what you were grateful for in all of your, hotel visits you've had before. What I loved about each, feel like you're gonna get a message. You're gonna draw something in to something in front of you here, because I feel like there's gonna be a conflict with that Hampton Inn. I feel like there's other opportunities because that 5 is a number of a block going, well, it's not the best you could have. It's you can make the best of it as you always can in any situation, but there is a different place to look at here. And I feel like if you're grateful, even with all these candles in the mind here, it's like lighting all these memories. As you're going back through, you're like, you know what? I really liked it when I stayed in this place in this city. I wonder if they have something like that there. And boom, they do. And you're like, I'm going to try that. Right. So I do feel like when you focus in on the gratitude of the past, hotels and places you visited, that it sparks something and brings something energetically to you, whether it's an email or an offer, an ad that pops up, and you're like, oh, yeah, I always wanted to try that place. I wonder what that looks like. So maybe not the best experience out there. There's a better one, a more joyful one for you that's easier for you to choose joy, because you could choose joy no matter where you go. Like, I'm going to enjoy it no matter what. Um, but sometimes we can have situations that make it easier to choose joy or harder. And I feel like there are another place. Don't feel like there's a bunch of others, but I feel like there is another place that could bring you even more like, wow, kind of energy. So hopefully that makes sense, Patricia. That's what they have for you. So many blessings. Excuse me. Didn't mean to do that in the microphone. So love is the most powerful force in the universe. You get your free reading first, and then we will be going back to the donations and we'll be completing yours here in a moment. So here's for your free one. Anyone, when you don't know where a certain family member went, what state or country did he go to? I don't have, I actually have country and state cards, but not anywhere where I know exactly where they're at in all my bins of cards. But we'll take a look here and see. They'll give you information that will help you here. Then the first one we'll do is are they in country or out of country? And which country or state can you tell us? All right. So are they in country or out? We've got the judgment card. It's like a dream energy of where they would want to go. They were drawn somewhere else that's more in alignment with um like what their dream place to live is. This feels, I'm getting, not that this is where they're at, but this is so reminding me of Louisiana, New Orleans, and um, the, because I'm seeing the cemetery. I don't think they're dead. I think they're still alive. They're like, no, no, it's not that. I'm like, because I see a cemetery, the ones that they build above ground because they're below sea level that they can't like bury in the ground. They build stuff above it. So they're very much, it feels like it feels very United States or in the same country energy. That's what it would mean for me because I live in the United States. So I feel like that. What and we got the 7 of Pentacles here. And with the sombrero and this energy, it does feel like it is along the southern border. The 7 of Pentacles is the last thing that grows on the fruit tree is the fruit. It feels very, very siesta, very Mexico energy along, either Southern California, Arizona, New Mexico, Texas. Those are the 4 states, right? Am I missing one? Geography, maybe not my so, but I feel like it feels very southern energy, if that makes sense. Um, And it can be the South, even New Orleans can be, Louisiana and Mississippi, Florida. I feel like it's like Southern kind of energy. If the country they lived in was the United States, then that would be what it is. If not, it's the Southern part of whatever country they lived in. Because this is all the energy they're giving me. So hopefully that helps, love. And like I said, we'll get into your donations here in a moment. In fact, I think, yeah, you'll be up next in the donations when I complete the free readings. So you'll be up after that. And I will give before I start donations, I'll give everyone an update on where we're at on the list there too. Yes. Okay. All right. So I'm me. You are up to 4654. Whoops. Helps if I type it right. 24654. There we go. Much better. So hello, hello. That is your timestamp. And you would love any guidance, please, about your long distance relationship. All right, let's I want to do a shuffle here. So tell us about this long distance relationship. What guidance, please? Okay, no, they wanted that one. What else? All right. Yep. There is here, we've got the high priestess, which is all about she goes into her high priestess temple by herself, connects to the higher realm, looks behind the scenes, dives deep into their own emotions. And the Seven of Cups is a ton of emotions that are bubbling around here about this long distance relationship. And I feel like what the guidance from spirit is feel your feelings. Don't be afraid to feel your feelings. Write them out. You know, what write down what fears you have on a piece of paper. Then write. And it's really about connecting with your heart, going, all right, heart. Because our mind, that's where our fears come from, is our head. Expectations, supposed to be, should be's, need to be's, have to be's, must be's. This is where the trouble starts in our little noodle or up here. So if we put all those down, then the brain feels I've been heard. It'll let you pause for a moment. Then you can walk out of your brain, go down a spiral staircase. Don't forget to close the door behind you. You get to rest for a minute, brain. I'm going to go down the spiral staircase, go over, knock on my heart. They'll open, hey, and they're like, come on in. And so you can go in and have a conversation with your heart and go, what are you feeling? Where are you wanting to go? Are you wanting to stay where we're at? Or are you wanting to let this long distance relationship go? Or do I want to go to a whole new step and make this an unlong distance relationship? It's like you're deciding what you want, getting out of your head, because that's all about the supposed to be an opinion. But the heart is what's going to draw you and show you what you really want. Because when we live from our brain, we exist. When we live from our heart, we live, right? um, so I feel like it's an important, it's like, as we used to say, it's a come to Jesus moment, right? Where your heart is like, I want to be heard. And when you listen to it and you look at it, it's okay to go, this is where, as far as we need to go. Some, loves in our life are for a moment, some are for a season, some are for a lifetime. This one doesn't feel like a lifetime. This feels like a seasonal type of an energy around the relationship that you're in. And I feel like it could be time to go, you know what? We either got to go all in or go out, because I don't feel like there's a resolution to the long term that's going to happen unless one of you does a whole life change and moves to where the other person is at. But always make sure that's what they want too. Sometimes long distance is there because we wanted it and they wanted it for ourselves because we're not ready for all that. It's a nice safety. So really, there's a lot of emotions going in there with that Seven of Cups going inside of your heart. So I feel like it's time to decide that. And then whatever you decide. I mean, if you're wanting, like, well, I really do feel like I want to go there, let me start planning a conversation with the other person. And maybe you guys have already had it, but you'll know when you have the conversation by what energy you pick up. And they're going, like, they're not as excited about this as me. Hmm. you know, or, you know, they're more excited about this than me. Hmm. So it's really working that out. And I feel like that's important. So that's what they have for you. So many blessings to you. Right. And then we have Olivier Vagara. You are up. And I did get your email for I haven't read it yet. I just see I got an email from you. So about your reading. So congratulations. And I'll reply to that um after I'm done with these sessions today, either tonight or in between today or tomorrow morning or tomorrow afternoon. I will reply though, depending on how long all my readings take today. All right, blah, blah, blah. So, uh, thank you so much for your question here. And virtual hug. Hello. A general reading, please, for this coming new month, right? What should you focus on or be aware of? Right? November. Cheers to a whole new month. Can't believe it's already November 1st. Craziness. Yeah. I will give an update on the donations. I've got Livier and Kita, Maria P, and Collector for free readings. And then after I'm done that, I'll go back into donations and I'll give you the list on the donations when we are to there. So these won't be too much longer. Right. All right. So for this next month here, what do you need to know, focus, and be aware of? So a focus that, because there's no shoulds from spirit, a focus that can help your path be easier and more easily full of joy. Do you have the Four of Wands? Is choosing joy. Um, so there is this focus of joyful celebration, creating joyful gatherings, whatever that may be for you. They don't have to be expensive or anything like that. It's just it's coming together of joy. But the Four of Wands energy is about, that's what brings stability, is the focusing on the joy kind of energy, there. And I feel like that is a big piece. It's being less serious and more play, more joy is a big thing for November for you. Things to be aware of for you here. You do have the Temperance. Yeah. Yay. Patience. Yay. But Temperance it's a Sagittarius energy, which I was just thinking about that for November, a very joyful Sagittarius, which Sagittarius season is like November 20th, 21st, 22nd. It's toward that period. But they're very much this fire, this joyful, fun energy around Sagittarius energy. And I feel like that's an important piece. But temperance also tells it's about alchemy, the magic that you can add to life that helps things change from just a basic lead um, base metal to gold is that magic. And it's the trusting things going back and forth. But what magic helps it convert faster is joy, is that experience. And the more we focus on our course, our joy, our gratitude, play, higher vibrational energy, the faster things come to us, the faster things progress. But the more joy we have of life too, because we're not putting our joy in a future outcome, like when this happens, then I can be happy. I can't be happy until then we live a life of misery, leaping from a joyful moment to another joyful moment in the future to another joyful moment. Instead, we can have moments of celebration and joy each moment, each day. And then we feel like we're living life instead of just existing and checking things off and getting to places too. So I like that for you. It's a wonderful November energy. A lot of joy, a lot of joyful opportunities are also in the month for you. So hopefully that helps. So I like that. All right. So many blessings to you. Right. And Keat, see here, and Keita Moore, you're at 256 even here. There we go. And you want to know, will Mega contact you again? She contacted me for a thing after 2 months, which was uh, very formal. All right, let's take a look here. So, will Mega contact you again based on current energies? All right, thank you. What else? All right. Yeah, I do feel like they will. You got the Ace of Wands and the Four of Wands. This is all action and movement energy, possibility energy. And but it is very a lot of action. Ace of Wands is go, but the Four of Wands is a joyful celebration and gathering event. So I feel like they will contact you, and I feel like whatever this is, they're either inviting you to an event or you see each other at an event. But I do feel like you guys will have this contact with each other. Um, Coming up here. Either you bump into each other at a joyful event or they contact you to attend a joyful event with them. So I do feel like you will have that. I'm just going to pull a quick when card based on current energies. Can we know a when? All right, thank you. Yeah, it's oh my goodness. It is the star card, which is Aquarius energy, which is next year, but I feel like this is between this does feel like October 20th and November 18th, where it, of course, on November 1st. So it does feel like within the next couple weeks is the energy I'm picking up here. There's hope for that. Um, that's a hope energy card with a star card too. So I do feel like it's the next couple weeks that you guys will bump into each other or reach out to one another. Yeah, it does feel like that soon. All right. So that's what they have for you. So many blessings to you. All right. And then Maria P, you are up for your free reading. We will circle back around. We do have a donation from you too. So you're going to get your free reading first here. All right. And you like a general reading. So let's see here. What does Spirit want you to know right now? Okay. Boom, boom. So you've got the Nine of Pentacles, stay home, the Ten of Cups, choose joy, stay home and be joyful. No, not necessarily. That's just them being funny, but the Nine of Pentacles is about independence, about because that's hermity, be home, be to oneself. But the Ten of Cups is a joy energy. It's a relationship energy too. But there is this, it's okay to have alone time. In fact, it's very healthy to have alone time because if we can't be happy alone, we can't be happy with someone else either. Because if I'm not happy and I can't have happiness within myself, then no one can make me happy. They can try, but if I'm not happy on the inside, no, we can make it easier or harder for us to choose joy. If someone's in my face telling me what a loser I am, going to be a little harder for me to choose joy. But if they're telling me how amazing and loving and what a wonderful catch I am, easier to choose joy, right? But this is getting back to that, knowing that I can be happy alone, then I don't fear losing someone and I can have gratitude for who someone is instead of trying to cling to having someone in my life because I feel I can't have happiness without someone. When you get to that point of I can be happy alone, then it's I want to be with someone, not I need to be with someone. I like this energy. It's very transformational. What a beautiful blue butterfly, too. But it is that transformational energy of realizing my joy happens inside of me, not outside of me. So I love that for you. That's what they have for you, Maria. So many blessings to you. All right. And then Collector, you are up. And this will be my last free reading before I dive back into donations. So, and I'll give an update here. I had some more donations come in too. So, NSA did collector. Yes. So, how is Craig? All right. Based on their current energies, let's see. How is Craig? How are they? All right. So you got the World card and the Ace of Swords. Wow, they definitely are in a new beginning kind of energy going on here. The World card, last card in the major arcana, is the ending of an old cycle, the beginning of a new adventure, a victory kind of energy. And the Ace of Swords is a gift that brings in a lot of clarity and a lot of, well, it's education and mental growth, but I do feel like there is this movement energy that's coming in here that they've really, whatever they were going through has brought them a lot of aha moments that has allowed things to change on the inside, their thoughts and beliefs and mindsets that have triggered movement in the outside too. So I feel like it's like I'm starting a new career, I'm moving to a new city. It's like that kind of major arcana. The world changes, some big ahas. So I do feel like they're going through a big change, and they're making some ch- big decisions on changing directions in their life too. So, wow, I like that. Time of change, of death and rebirth in a positive way. The phoenix kind of rising from the ashes energy. Um, yeah, kind of energy. So I like it. So that's what they have for you, collector. And just an update for everyone. I am going to be, I'll pull two winners, one from the donations and one from the free readings that I will pin after. I'll put in the pinned comment after the stream is done. I'll pull the two winners, and then I'll also post a social media post with the winners on those two. So those will be out there. All right. All right. I'll grab that here. Moonlight. I'll add that to the free list. We'll see here. I should be able to get to, if it depends on how many more free readings I get. So we'll try to do that. All right. But we are going to go back to the donations. So let me see where we're at here. Doot, 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 doot. Did have some more come in here. So let me grab these. Let me see. Let me look at timestamps here. I think. I think this is the Gemini. Okay. I'll have to remember here. I did get a donation via the Cash App, and I think your name is different. Is it the Gemini? Is that you? Are you here, the Gemini? That's what I'm thinking it is, but well, I'll double check here. Let's see, and then we got to Hannah, and we have Ashvin. Okay. So you deleted that. I'll get rid of that then and grab this. Sorry, I'm just getting it organized, and then I'll let you guys know where we're at on the donations here. Let me just check one other quick thing, and then we will get back into it. Thank you guys again for all of your love and support and all the thumbs up too. You just help spread the Zen love, and I am so grateful um, to be on this path together. Sorry, my keyboard's way over here. Let me just. There we go. Come on. Sorry, something's taking a moment to load here. There we go. And yes, okay. I am correcto. All right. All right. So that is the Gemini. I just wanted to make sure I didn't want to say someone's name out here. for privacy's sake. All right. So where we're at on donations, love is the most powerful force in the universe. You'll be up times two, and then we'll go to Maria P, and then to Summer Moonlight, and then Debbie O. You'll be up after that, and then Sudeshna Ghosh. We'll circle back around for that, and then Crescent Moon, and then to the Gemini, and then to back to JoJo Johanna, and then Ashvin Ray, and then back to Summer or Moonlight for that. So we have a little list going. I did complete all the free readings, I believe, that I had listed here. So we did complete all of those. So we'll continue on here. All right. Let's take a sip before we jump back in. Cheers, everybody. Happy November 1st, All Saints Day. The Day of the Dead, right? All Souls Day. All right. Okay, let me just move that up here. So, love is the most powerful force in the universe. Let's grab that first timestamp here. And you will, of course, have two. So, we will grab that one next here. Let's scroll back up here. Give that first one a love and a like. And you want to know, where would you make the most money doing what you do? LA, Temecula, or Palm Desert? All right. Let's take a look here. We'll pull energy around each, see what energy comes with each. So LA. Okay, we got two cards for LA. For Temecula. Is that how you see that? All right. Got a few there. And Palm Desert. So we'll see what energy comes with each of those. So based on current energies, LA, you've got the 5 of Wands and the 2 of Wands. There's a lot of fire energy there. There's a lot of 5 of Wands is like a conflicting energy. 2 of Wands is you could make LA a good thing, but it takes energy to do it. I feel like it's a harder process because there is a lot of conflict there with that 5 of Wands energy. It would require you to really consciously change energy. So it feels like it's a bit of high maintenance in LA. How fitting, right? No offense to people who live in LA, but if you live there, you know, oh yeah. Temecula, you do have the High Priestess energy. You have the Page of Swords energy. And you have the Three of Swords energy here too. Three of Swords, expectations equal disappointment. I feel like you would learn a lot there with that Page of Swords and gain a lot of clarity about what to do and what not to do with that Three of Swords. And the Page of Swords and the High Priestess feels very pocketed away, very connected to spirit, but I feel like you'd feel very disconnected there. And it would be more of a spiritual journey, more of a spiritual awareness than it would money maker. And then you have Palm Desert. You have the Queen of Cups. You got this emotional energy. What's below the surface here? We've got Temperance and the Empress. Yeah, it's trusting your gut and trusting your instincts there. You do have the Empress, which would be major arcana, abundance, and fruit of labor over time with the Temperance energy here. So, you know, I feel like these three may not be the fastest place to make money. Um, LA just feels like so much work and so much energy to be involved. And I didn't get an abundance card that was there. I don't feel like Temecula is going to bring you a lot of financial there because I feel like you get drawn into this monkhood in a way with that High Priestess. And then, like I said, Palm Desert eventually. But the bottom of the deck, you did have the Hanged Man, which is about transformation and pause and taking time. So all three of these, it feels like there's a waiting period for all of these, and Palm Desert would be the where you'd make the most money. but it would take you a while to get there. There is there somewhere else that your heart is wanting to take you? Maybe this trusting your instincts, trusting your heart with that Queen of Hearts is like, is there somewhere in the meantime that you could be where you could make money that then you eventually would go to Palm Desert? Because it does feel like there's something else out there. So maybe sit with it a little bit more, because that hangman at the bottom is about kind of sit and let things percolate like a caterpillar in a cocoon or a chrysalis. It does take time, for that. Let's see what else your fortune cookie brings in with this season of the witch here for the Samhain Oracle. And then we'll go on to your number 2 here as well. Okay, here we go. And you've got potions and spells. Dun, dun, dun. Card number 28, a pinch of this, a dash of that. Be sure you're sure before you call. Yeah, be sure you're sure. So that energy of movement is like, maybe not, these aren't the places yet, right? Because this is about manifesting and calling. That's hilarious. So potions and spells are how a witch weaves her magic spell, calling into existence her deepest desires. Potion making and spellcrafting are two rituals that, when done correctly, can bring about dozens of manifestations. Adding little pinches of this and that here and there can change your creations ever so slightly, and is an art that has been passed down through hundreds of generations in many cultures. One of the best nights of the year to create potions and works was last night during Samhain or Halloween, right? Which is when the veil is the thinnest. So now is a great time to like almost cast a spell upon yourself to bring to you the perfect location that'll bring you the biggest financial abundance. See what comes forward, right? Weaving your magic on this night is like supercharging your magical creations and rituals. Our ancestors would work spells on that night to survive the winter. For a time, magic was the very bread and butter of survival, a way to protect, nourish, and support through good times and bad. Should you receive the potions and spells card, know that you should begin learning the art of potion making and spell crafting. The more personal a spell or potion, the better the chance of a favorable outcome. You are capable of manifesting anything you wish. You are the director of your life, and as a witch, you're better equipped to manifest the exact life you desire and deserve. Think big. The potions and spells available to you are endless. You can have and create anything you choose. Make it your mission to craft your life. I love it. What a great card for this. You had the Magician on the bottom of the deck too, underneath the Hanged Man, which stood out, which they're bringing back with all this magic energy. That whatever you focus on is what grows and expands. And so, of course, focusing on what you're grateful for in this moment and all the abundance financially you have and have had also can draw more to you. If we focus on want and need and fear of not having enough or I need more, we push it away. So be aware of your energy as well, which I know you're aware of that. It's just a good reminder, right? Right. So that's what they have for that one. So many blessings to you. And then for your number 2, here's your second timestamp. Just get rid of this. Off of there now, and we'll have your 2, since that was just a note for me. All right. And so let's give your second donation a love and a like here. And you'd like a general reading. All right. Let's see here. What else does Spirit want you to know? Shuffle these up. These 2 and this one and this one. This one underneath, leading to this, leading to that, leading to this. To the X marks the spot. It's almost like a map. You know how the old maps where you have the little dotted lines and then here X marks the spot? Yeah, and there's the skull, usually a skull on a pirate's map. And you have the Ace of Pentacles on the bottom of the deck, which is this is a map to your treasure. I love it. A treasure map. All right, and X marks the spot. So your starting point, the magician card we were talking about, and the Page of Cups. Yeah. So focusing on higher vibrational emotion will is the beginning point of the starting point on the map. You know, the little circle that they have that all the dots start from. So starting point is being aware of your emotional energy, and you know, because the magician card is when I focus on what I love and my joy and my gratitude and the things of the higher vibration, then I draw in. It opens me up as a conduit to receive more. So, like we were talking about, just continuing from your first reading in a way. The next step you have is the Eight of Pentacles. Yep. Putting in the work, the blood, the sweat, the tears. But the Eight of Pentacles, as soon as you really focus in on that joy and that energy, you start to see the fruit of your labor. You start to see fruit start to arrive with that Eight of Pentacles. That's a fruit in the outside world. It is the coin energy. So I feel like you are getting movement here in the very near future. I don't feel like you have to work a ton to start to see it come in, but it does grow exponentially as you put in and continue the blood, the sweat, the tears, doing the work, carry the water, chop the wood. I always get that mixed up and say, chop the water and carry the wood. Well, no, opposite. It's doing the daily things, but do it from a place of joy, not from a place of I'm doing this for money, right? It's I'm doing this to live, not to exist, right? I want to live my passion. What's my why? And there's this good energy of return to your why as often as you can with that too. Then you go to the Five of Wands. This is what you got for LA, right? The Five of Wands energy is about, you know, transforming energy from lower vibration to higher vibration, being aware of the energy, being aware of where I'm investing my energy coming in here. Because below that, you do have the Nine of Cups. What is your emotional dream come true? Are you investing your energy in your dream? And this is what I was just talking about too. It's changing my energy from focusing on the outcome to that I'm living my dream. What does living my dream mean? It's not about an outcome later, you know, it's like, when I get that, then that means I'm enjoying and following my dream. It's like, no, it's each moment, each step, each dotted line along the way to the treasure is the adventure. Once you get to the treasure, then what? Well, we go try to find another treasure. Let's find another map. It's the journey of getting to the treasure that is where our joy is, not getting the treasure. That's not where all the joy that we could achieve comes from. So I love that for you. You also have the Seven of Wands. Here's more movement energy, but this is about being true to your authentic self, not dimming your light, not asking permission to shine, but standing bright, standing tall, being you, not needing to defend what you're doing and what you're wanting to do, because that means we're trying to please other people. This is, I'm doing this for me, um, and not, you know, for to please other people so that my definition is and my worth is put out here into the outside world. No, I determine my worth and I'm filling up and sharing my worth, not doing things to obtain my worth. So I like that awareness coming in here. Then you have the sun card. Yeah, here's more. This is like the Seven of Wands, but this is shining brighter and brighter and abundance that comes with that, which is the joy. When we're living our passion, living our joy, then we just attract growth. Our light, the sun, is what causes things to grow. Without sunlight, things die, right? And so it's about shining bright is and being yourself is what brings stuff in. So it's the energy behind what you're doing that draws this draws you to the X that marks the spot, not um, what you're doing. It's why and the energy behind it, not what you're doing, that makes the difference. I love that. Good awareness. I feel like you know all this. It's just a good clarity to look at the map. And then the X that marks the spot got the Eight of Wands and the King of Wands. Coming back to the magician energy, but Eight of Wands is a ton of flowing of energy. It's just things happen fast, fast, fast with that fire. And the King of Wands is an energy that is with all this fire, fire, fire everywhere. But the king decides, the King of Wands, there's a lot of people in the throne room blabbing with advice on what it is the kingdom should be and supposed to be, need to be, a lot of opinion around it all. But there is this moment the king realizes the king and kingdom is me, and I'm the one who gets to decide what my life is. So everyone, please clear the throne room. Thank you for your opinions. You can leave them in the box on the way out the door here. And I'm going to decide what it is that I want. Then I make a plan and then I put energy behind it. But it's from a place of the heart, not from the place of the mind and the opinion. So I like that for you. Let's see what your fortune cookie brings in. This is from the Santa Muerta Oracle. And you've got the number 7. Beautiful card here. Let's see what this energy brings in. This is the divine feminine energy. So whilst the masculine energy, which is the magician energy, presented us with a primordial active and creative impulse that still has no form or direction, this card is complementary to it, a receptive and feminine basis, which, like a womb or cocoon, we talk about that, envelops the primitive energy. It disciplines it and stabilizes it by giving it a shape. This shape will consent its growth and evolution, but will inevitably give it mortality. The advice of the dead says, take the necessary time to study and meditate before executing your project. Perhaps ask a feminine or maternal figure for advice. Your heart, right? Go into your heart. Ask your heart what it wants, right? So I love that energy for you. So hopefully that resonates for you. That is what they have for you. So many blessings. Thank you again for your dual donations. You're very welcome, Olivier. All right. Let me see where we are at here. So we do have Maria P up next, and then Summer, Debbie O, Sudeshna, Crescent Moon, the Gemini, Joanna, Ashvin, and Summer. Back to Summer. So that's where we're at, everybody. Thank you again for all the donations. My goodness. I am so blessed and grateful. I appreciate that so much. All right. So let us get in here, Maria. I'll find your PayPal. Here's your information. Let's take a sip. Cheers, everybody. All right. So, Maria, thank you for your donation via the PayPal. And we got, and in case, I gave you your timestamp down here, right? No, I did not. So, Maria P. Here I am jumping in. I was so excited to get to your reading. I didn't even put your timestamp out here. How rude. And then if you didn't get your free one, let me grab that real quick here too. In case you weren't here and you're seeing it now, here's your free one as well. All right. So, Maria, now thank you for your donation. All right. So let's see here. Wally's feelings and thoughts towards you today. Okay. Those are it here. What's coming for you guys this upcoming week? Let's see what the energy is for this upcoming week. Updates on the dark side. Okay. Does he talk to anyone about you besides his therapist? No, I'm just kidding. But a bunch. It's a joke. Any ladies around that you need to worry about? And does he want a more future with you when he leaves the dark side? All right, let's take a look here. All righty. So his thoughts and feelings towards you today. We do have the Two of Wands. It's kind of going back and forth in his energy today. Excuse me. Um, but it's not. This isn't. Feel like these two are specific to you. This just feels like just know that he's kind of in this going all over the place energy. He's being drawn here, he's being drawn there, and then there. He's up, he's down, he's over. So it feels like there's a lot of being pulled a lot of different direction energy here. Um, yeah, there is quite a bit. You know, they're in this Nine of Swords, fear, and Five of Pentacles, abandonment. We talked about this. The Five of Pentacles comes up a lot with them, right? This fear of abandonment, being left behind, being left out in the cold, not being enough. These fears that are here, and I feel like they're going back and forth. Something keeps triggering them, and I feel like they're picking up some energy. We've talked about this, about um, how they don't feel stable in how you feel about them. And that could or could not have anything to do with you. But, realize that they're inside, they're like, I don't know if you're going to want to be with me forever or not. And this, and do you want to be with me? You're asking all this stuff, but they feel like there's, there's just feels like there's instability. I don't feel secure in knowing that you're gonna be with me. I have a gut feeling, this ugly feeling in my gut is coming from them of, I feel like you're gonna end our relationship. I feel like you're gonna get really mad and end this. And so I'm waiting on stuff because I'm waiting to see if this becomes more secure between us, because it's been feeling there's that Two of Wands going back and forth, back and forth. We're hot, we're cold, we're hot, we're cold. Excuse me. Let me grab another cough drop here. But yeah. So that's the energy that's going on right now, where they're at today. But today is the Day of the Dead, and there is very much Scorpio sun energy and Pisces moon. So they're very much in there deep emotional places, which can bring us to that place, right? So that's the energy of today, though. What's coming up for you guys this upcoming week? We do have the Ten of Pentacles. It's relationship, abundance energy. So it does feel, transformation with this green butterfly, that it does feel like the overall energy of the week feels like by the end of the week, you kind of feel like you're back in this feeling abundant energy. We talked about some of that this I think last night, right? Updates on the dark side. You do have the Six of Swords. There is planning and plotting, mental energy here about letting go of things, moving from choppy waters to calmer waters. So there is planning. It's still in the mind stage. So more thinking, more, but not action like we talked about. They're waiting to see the more security around things that would come there. Um, yeah. And then does he talk to anyone about you? We have the Six of Wands. Six of Wands is a joy energy, and I feel this is like a supportive group of people. So there's a small group of people that they feel supported around. Like they don't talk about you in everywhere else, because there's too much drama with everyone. But I feel like there's two people that they talk with about you. But these are close people who are supportive to them, and um, they know that they'll just be happy for him and not try to cause drama around stuff. And they're just and that they won't um, cause any trouble with you either, because they have people in their life that meddle And they're just like, "I just wanna save you from these people. I don't like interacting with them, so I'm not gonna mention you in their presence because then they'll try to meddle in things," and they're just like, "I don't want I just want it to be secure," you know? I also feel that, the more secure they feel that you're not gonna leave them, the more they'll share things, with other people too, but they don't wanna say this, and then you end it and go, "Oh, no, it didn't work out." They're just very much very private person, I feel as well. Any ladies around that you need to worry about? 4 of Cups. 4 of Cups energy, that's a boredom energy, it's like the 3 cups of the outside world are not fulfilling, that the Ace of Cups is, and it's always cracks me up because the energy that comes through in the cards when you ask that question is, "How would I have time for anyone else? I don't have enough time for everything I wanna do with you and everything going on in my life. How I'm gonna fit someone else in?" But so nothing you need to worry about because do you and you don't have to worry anyway. If you wanna worry, please do, that's part of our adventure, our fear that they're gonna end up with someone else. So face that fear is a good, you know, because this is about emotional stability. What if they do? What if there's someone that, you know, can steal your man from you? If they can steal your man from you, then they weren't your man. There's this, I think I might have told you this before. I saw an ad, like it was a not a it wasn't an ad, a clip from one of those reality TV shows where there's men and women and they're all choosing between one another, one of those fun things. And they're interviewing the women and they go, "So, did you see it coming that so and so was going to steal your man? And what do you feel about that?" And I loved her response because she was like, "Oh no, they didn't steal my man. They took my problem off my hands." And everyone was like, "Ooh, we got to make a t-shirt out of that because if someone else can come between you and someone and steal them away, then they weren't yours to begin with, and they're not your man, they're your problem. And now they've taken them off your hands because 'cause they've shown you this person wasn't yours because your person will not leave you for someone else. No one can. And so there's almost it's like there's this yeah, that's so true. And that's where we can have that confidence of, I'm gonna love somebody, and if they end up choosing someone else, okay, well, thank you for showing me that you weren't the one. Thank you. You did me a favor. Bye-bye, kind of energy. So hopefully that helps. That's funny. All right. And then does he want a more future with you after he leaves the dark side? Queen of Pentacles, Mother Nature, Mother Nurture, harvest, creation. They want to go up the ladder with you, so take things to a new level. So it definitely comes in here. Ace of Cups. I love it. New love. And the Two of Swords. This is that conflict between the head and the heart. The heart is all in. The head is the one that isn't sure if you feel the same. So I don't, going back what they're saying there, through actions and words and things, arguments and everything else, it just feels like they're not secure that you feel that way. Um, so that's good to know. All right. And then let's see what your fortune cookie brings in with all of this here, too. In fact, I want to do this. With all those thoughts and those beliefs, let's clear those up. Let's just take a big deep breath and expectations and those away and focus on gratitude, right? Fun. All right, let's see what we got here. There you go. Yep. So we've got witch. You're a witch. Card 43. Grab hold, allow the dwelling fire within your belly awaken all that is. A mere glimpse, a delicate pull at the very roots, living in the alchemy of self. So poetic, right? Let's see here. Oops. The numbers are so small on the cards. I'm like, which one is that? Wisdom and alchemy. Alchemy is creating things over time, right? Says, hello, beloved witch. You are the center of this card. Your energy, your strength, your wisdom. A witch taps into the healing powers of the earth and the wisdom of the powers that be, as well as the energy within us all. A witch can move energy to create any life of choice. A witch knows how to see signs in everything around her. A witch uses her potions and spells to give healing and hope to all who seek her guidance, using her gifts for the good of all to heal and nourish. When the witch appears, believe that you are wiser than you know, and the thousands of years of wisdom from the wise ancient ones are available to you now. If you're finding your path to magic, this card is confirmation that you should continue to explore your craft. If you're an experienced witch, know that it's time to dig even deeper. Perhaps step up as a priestess and start your own coven. The message is even stronger if you've pulled the healer card, which we haven't. We didn't pull another card, but this energy is about finding your magic and stepping into your magic and creating your life. And we talk about this. It's a good reminder that someone else is not my life. I create my life. I create um, everything, and everyone else can be a part of it, but they're not my life. And I feel like that's a good kind of a reinforcement there as well. Right. So many blessings to you. That is what they have for you, Maria. So thank you again. Many blessings. All right. Excuse me. All right. So we have here Summer or Moonlight. You are up next. Let's grab that here. Here is for number 2. We will circle back around for number 3 here in a bit. There we go. And then I do see your free one. We'll see if we get that far. We probably will, but we will see. All right. So yours is up here. A little further. Yes. Right? Yes. All right. So thank you here. You got what is this? An alert. Spoiler alert. That's what it says. And there you are. So how's your son doing? Oh, is he stretching to get accepted? All right, we'll take a look here. So how's your son doing? Let's get the overall energy here. Let's shuffle these up here. All right, got those. And then is he I don't know, searching? I think is searching to get accepted, searching for his place. Okay. I feel like we have those for that. And then how's his work? And does he like it? Like we'll get that underlying energy with that. And was he telling the truth about his car? He's breaking free, but seems insecure. Yeah, that's the time of our life, right? At his age, that's how it goes, right? All right. Yeah, it's funny. The bottom of the deck, we do have the Devil card, which is, Saturn, Capricorn rules over the 10th house of work, 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 work. Feels like they feel like that's all I do is work, which is what happens in the beginning when we begin all of that, right? It's like I used to be able to do what I wanted, but now I'm ruled by work. It's funny. So how's he doing overall? We got the King of Wands, the Seven of Cups. Yeah, that makes sense with everything that you're asking about here, because the King of Wands is deciding what is it that I want. And then once I figure it out, then I will make a plan and put energy behind it. But I feel like you're in that discovery stage. What is it that I want? Right. So funny, my dad, even into his 60s and 70s, he would tell me, I still don't know what I want to be when I grow up. That's funny. And the Seven of Cups is the emotional, it's emotional, it can be emotional confusion, but this is the I'm trying to figure everything out. My heart is taking me all over the place. I don't know what I want. I'm trying to figure it out. So when you're talking about all that searching energy, that definitely comes through there. Is he searching to get accepted? Yep, Three of Wands. A lot of changes of direction there with new information. They're making alterations. So I feel like they're really growing a lot in this acceptance of others' energy because I feel like they're discovering that people are unstable. And the more I think I'm being accepted by people, the more unacceptance there is, and the more rules there are, and in that I can be accepted by one person one moment, and then they can be going through something, and then I'm not another moment, and it had nothing to do with me. I didn't change, but they did. So they're really realizing a lot of instability in people in the outside world, and they're realizing, I don't think I want to be accepted by a lot of these people. Um, and is he searching for his place? We got the Nine of Swords. They're facing a lot of their fears and expectations. They're getting to that point of exhaustion, of I'm trying to please everyone, but they're feeling very disappointed in other people and things in life, as well as other people, um, as well, being disappointed in them. I like this for them though, because underneath all of that, they do have the Magician card. And there is this, they're realizing I'm the one that gets to decide things. And so really there's this, they're learning a lot from this disappointment in the outside world is no one can make me happy. I can't make anyone else happy. I can only make myself happy. And I like that awareness that comes in here. I feel like your influence on that has helped a little bit too, because you've been learning that a lot too in your actions. And they're like, oh, wow. You know, so because at this point in your life, they're not going to learn from what you tell them, what you're trying to teach them. They will learn from your life. How you live, they will learn that way. They're done listening, as we all are. We only really listen between 7 and 14, if then. And then once we hit 14ish, we stop learning through through studying and that so much. We more learn from watching other people, behaviorally anyway. Interesting. How's his work? We got the Ace of Wands. There's a very busy, passionate energy there. Eight of Swords, learning a lot about themselves on the job here too. A lot of growth, letting go of old ways of believing, and you know, the concepts they had about what work is and all that, totally changing. They're realizing, wow, this isn't what I thought it would be like. But big growth, a lot of energy being invested there, a lot of like, and with that Ace of Wands, in that Devil card on the bottom, it does appear. I work a lot, right? Are they happy? Yeah, we got the Death and the Rebirth energy, and the Nine of Pentacles. They like this feeling of independence. They like the newness of this life. They do feel like a rebirth energy here. So it does feel like, um, a moving to a new cycle in their life, a phoenix rising from ashes, or feels more here with that death and rebirth. It's more world card and full card, which is going to a new level. I'm at this new place that's here. And then was he telling the truth about his car? We've got the justice card, more or less. Because the justice card is there's the human's truth and then there's the real truth. But from their perspective, they were telling you the truth. But there, on the other hand, there's uh, more to the story that they're not aware of, but also more to the story that they didn't say. So from their point is if I don't tell you a lie, then I'm telling you the truth. You probably have a belief that if you leave me with an impression by not telling me all the details, then you lied to me, right? But they're like, no, and that's the whole thing. It's kind of a man thing in a way, not to stereotype, but if I omit certain facts, that's not lying. So I feel like there's some facts that were not told, but from their point of view, I do feel like they told you the truth. So there you go, Moonlight. All right. Sorry, didn't mean to crunch right into the microphone there. That was much louder than I thought it was going to be. Um, let's get your other fortune cookie here too. I like finish up my lunch, my cough drop. All right. Wow, we have card 23. I like this. Rest easy, sleep. Let's see what we got here. Yeah, this is the unconscious energy. This card, directly influenced by the moon, Mother Moon, represents the unconscious, which is to say, the treasure chest of images that come from our own experiences, into which thoughts, instincts, emotions, or behavior models flow and are influenced in turn by this part of our minds that we're unaware of. It is the passage between the spiritual and physical planes, intrinsically connected to dreams. The psychic dimension is also in contact with all the aspects that come from collectiveness and with the primary innate and archetypal aspects that originate in the world of emanations. The advice of the dead with your son, trust your intuition, even if this seems to counter reason and rationality. How perfect that is. Oh, it's funny, right? But don't underestimate the influence of your energy on them. But it's how you live, and how they watch that changes that. So I like that. All right. So that's for number 2. We will circle back around for number 3 for you in a moment. And we actually have Debbie O up next, and then Sudeshna, Crescent Moon, the Gemini, Johanna, Ashvin, and then your third one. And then I grabbed your free one as well. All right. So thank you again for all your donations this adventure. I know. All right. So Debbie O, you are up, my dear. Thank you so much for your patience and getting to your reading here. Woohoo! Thanks for being here and hanging out. And if you didn't hear earlier, I did get your other um, request for my services there, and I'll read your email. And it'll probably be in between this session and the next one this evening. If not, it'll be after I finish this evening, which you'll be probably asleep by then, being over there in Texas. All right. So, Debbie, oh, thank you so much. Let's get up here. Here is your donation. Let's give that a love and a like here. And you want to know, what does Spirit want you to know for the rest of 2025? Is there any dating? Any dating going to happen? There should be 4. Okay. I'm sure there are. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4 Ricky Ticky. I feel like doing like Sesame Street. 1 Ricky Ticky. Ah, ah, ah. 2 Ricky Ticky. Ah, ah, ah. Oh, yeah. I didn't get the full story from your son, right? All right. Let's take a look here, Debbie Debbie. So let's take a look here for the rest of 2025, which is what, only 8 or 9 weeks. Can you believe it? It's crazy. It's crazy. All right. So let's see here what they want you to know here. Got 1, 2. There's a little bit of progression. 1, 2, 3. So we'll see what that's about. And then specifically anything about dating that we can know about. I want that one, but I just want that first. And then that one there. Okay. Let's see what we got. What do we got? Yeah, exactly. You're so funny. All right. Well, bottom of the deck, you do have the Two of Cups. There is relationship energy that's flowing through your reading here. And we'll see if that has to do with romantic love, but relationships are really, oh, wow. Yeah. Woof. Um, really spotlighted during this time. Family is gonna be huge for you here. You see bones? Oh, no. The bones, getting to the bones of things. Yeah, so there is oh, yeah, yeah, with all this, there is, but there you see the hearts be under the bones. But it does feel that there is about relationship building, and I do feel like there's this energy here. Um, with the holidays, of course, coming up, Thanksgiving and Christmas and things, I feel like there's some change of some energy that's coming into. Interesting. Well, we'll see what this is here. So something's progressing. We do have, yeah. Look at, I mean, you got the Two of Pentacles. There is this relationships. There's this balancing energy that's coming in here, right? Um, this isn't a you had the emotional piece as the underlying energy, but you've got the physical piece, the physical balance is what's coming into play first here in your life. So we got that energy that's coming forward. I know, right? Skulls and skulls. Um, and there is about physically seeing people in the physical world too. But there's this balanced energy. It's not extreme. It's a good, and this makes sense with this progression. I feel like because relationships with people are important for these last 8 or 9 weeks, that, this is the foundation of it all. It is growing. Yeah, the Three of Pentacles. I love this that, part of this is you being true to your authentic self and allowing yourself to be comfortable in your own heart and your own mind and your own skin, your own energies. And I like that. And the Hierophant, yeah, the growth and the changes, seeing things from different perspectives. So you're seeing yourself differently. And this is the beginning of it because we can't, um, we don't see the world as it is. We see the world as we are. So it's like the glasses we look through, if they're spotty, then we see everything as spotty. As we gain clear, then we see things more clearly too. It's like that, you know, little story I think I might have said once where, this couple, they were at their breakfast table, and the wife looked out the window at their neighbor, and they had their clothesline in the back, and they were like, "Oh my god, they don't even know how to clean their sheets. Look how dirty those sheets are. They don't know how to do laundry." That was it. They only did like, sheet laundry once a week, and so the next weekend she looked out, and it's, "Oh my god, are they ever going to learn?" And this went on for weeks. Until one weekend, she looked and she goes, "Oh my god, they finally learned how to clean their sheets." And the husband said, "No, I washed our windows." Ba-dum-bum, all right. So there is this progression growing, growing, and you're cleaning things and you're seeing more things more clearly. You're seeing what was projected out to other people that was actually a reflection of something that was inside of you. And as you're removing and flowing as this all this energy you're putting into your transformation, you're seeing people differently too. I like that. Yeah, you have the King of Wands. You're really determining here too what it is you do want, what it is you don't want, coming in there. You've got the Seven of Wands, yeah, being true to your authentic self. Again, like the Three of Pentacles, both the Seven and the Seven of Wands, Three of Pentacles is my energy of that, and the Magician. Yeah, this next step is really realizing I get to choose what I want for my life. The King of Wands, is that clearing the throne room with all these people, with all these opinions we grew up with. And there's this clarity, this movement of that comes forward and you're realizing I don't need to be friends with everybody. I don't need to be in these deep relationships with family if I don't want to be. And it's not out of hurt, not of pain, but out of choice of going, now that I know who I am, and that, yeah, blood family is part of us, but my chosen family is what I get to choose. And I feel like this is what you're leading to here. And the clarity of relationships, the building of relationships feels like what the rest of 2025 brings for you here. So that's the big piece of it. And then let's talk about dating here. Let me just put these in here. But I like this for you, progression. Uh, and with clarity, you're making decisions. So I like that. Dating, underlying energy. You have the Chariot, the power of choice. There is movement. And here's the Cancer moon energy underneath all of this, too. But I like this that there's not a faded dating kind of relationship in these next 2 months, which tells me that it's more anyone you meet will be more of a stepping stone, more of a learning energy for these, next 2 months, at least based on this current energy. I know you are. So is, summer, or moonlight. We got some Cancer moons in the house. Um, and there's this I get to choose, and this empowerment that comes in. I get to choose my story and my emotions and my energy and my actions. And I feel like with this being the underlying energy that these interactions that approaching dating and that you're learning a lot about I get to choose stuff and it's like almost like the lab, how you learn chemistry and classroom and then you go to the lab to blow up stuff. I feel like that's what kind of happens over the 2 months. So don't be so serious about whatever happens. Just use it as growth and awareness in dating for the next couple months because you're learning a lot and it's like, all right, I tried this out. Um, and with some interactions with some people, I learned a lot. Now I'm ready to take off these training wheels and go for the four-wheeler. Let's go. Let's see what else we have here. So you do have the Five of Cups. So there is a little bit of emotional energy, which duh, right? And the Page of Cups, but some happiness too. So the Five of Cups can be like sorrow and feeling some of those things going, oh, that's right. That's not about them. That's about me. Let me look at that. And then the Page of Cups is your self love. And you use these situations that you have over these next 8 or 9 weeks to propel your self love and go, oh, these have been great reflections showing me what needs to be done. It's like looking in the mirror. These are the mirrors going, I need to fix my hair and let me fix my lipstick and my mascara, whatever. We're looking in something to get ourselves the most beautiful version of ourselves so that we can go out away from the mirrors, you know, although every relationship is a mirror, but for the analogy, it's like I can really go out and then I am my most beautiful self. And I draw someone because I'm uniquely myself like all those, my authentic self, I draw I love it. I love I draw in someone that's attracted to my authentic self, not who I was trying to be, but I'm more purely myself, and I draw someone that just loves me for me and not I don't have to try to put on airs, you know? So I like that. Let's see what your fortune cookie brings in too. How exciting. All right. Okay. No, they didn't want those. All right. This one is the one. And you have the altar, a different type of altar, right? Altar is marriage, right? But you have the altar, this other one, which is a sacred devotion, a worship skin deep, rising from the ash, the waters you keep, right? Your emotional energy. Let's see what that brings in here. Devotion, worship, and individuality. Look at that. So, your altar is a sacred space created to honor something in your practice, a space dedicated to worship and the devotion of your craft. It should not hold things that are not sacred to your energy work. It should be the place in your home where spirits of the wise gather and share their knowledge with you. I kind of feel like your heart, this is talking about the altar of your heart and the sacredness, holding your emotions sacred. Each altar you create is a beautiful expression of who you are. Literally, what I just said a moment ago, the most beautiful version of yourself. It's where you hold your connection to something in spirit that resonates with your inner self. Some things naturally belong on an altar, such as ritual candles and crystals and herbs. Um, and I don't know what this is. ATHAME, a theme, or a chalice, which a cup, right? Personal items are welcome too. There's no right or wrong item to put on your altar as long as it holds special meaning for you. Excuse me. Um, with pulling this altar card, it is because your guides are thrilled to see you making an effort. There needs to be an intention, a worshiping, and space so that you can harness your energy without disruption. Either a physical space, such as an altar, or a metaphorical space, like opening your heart. Wow, it is even better to have both, where you can come back to your true self. Know that you have a power deep within you that needs a place to land. Your guides need a space to speak to you. They can reach you anywhere on the planet, and you can call on them at any time. Worshiping at your altar gives them an open invitation. They know they are welcome and that you are ready to receive their gifts and messages in your sacred space. Wow. Talk about authenticity. Yes, that's what I want, for them to love me for me, full figure and all. That's right. Me, the true me. So I love that for you, Debbie O. That was worth the wait, right? All right. So many blessings to you. Thank you again for your donation. Like I said, I'll reply to you. And thank you for all your love and all your support. I look forward to our readings and our lives and everything in the future. All right. Many blessings. All right. And then we're here, Sudeshna Ghosh. We are to your number 3 here. So let's grab that and put that down here. Here's all of your ones here. I think that is it too. Yep. So let's scroll up here. And here you are. So let's give that a love and a like here. So Sudeshni went the current feelings, intentions, and thoughts and next actions of T toward you. All right, let's take a look here, see what we got going on with Mr. T. If you ever watched the A Team of the olden days, it's Mr. T was um, he had a mohawk and he had I forget what he had on his He had tattoos on his things that was it was something about punching someone, but he was like, "I pitted the fool." That messes with me. Very strong person. All right. So let's take a look here. Um, so diving in here for first of all, the current feelings of T, Mr. T, towards you, and then their current thoughts. Yep. Oh, no, intentions, current feelings, intentions, and then the brain thoughts, and then their real next actions in the physical world, right? Based on current energy, of course, because we know how that fluctuates and changes here, right? All right. So their current feelings here, we have here the Knight of Cups and the Four of Swords. It's an interesting combination because the Knight of Cups is movement of the heart. It is movement of it's like a quest of their self-love too with all this. But the Four of Swords is it's like they put their emotions in a box and they're nailing it in there because the Four of Swords is like letting expectations go and not having intention, not having like it's a putting it and securing it. And that's what the brain does. The heart, the heart may be like, but the mind is like, nope, buries it alive, scary burying it alive to where it can't act. And that's the kind of energy that's coming in here is I can't act on this emotion. Even though there's this the heart draws, the heart um is drawn, but the mind is confining it, not letting it act. Let's see what their intentions are right now. We do have the judgment card, looking for something from a higher perspective, something that they're like their calling, where they're being drawn to, and the Fool card. And here, this makes sense without any expectations or intentions. So, because the Fool card is the zero, it's letting old cycles end and a new beginning full of possibilities, but with no expectations. I just want to go on an adventure. I want to see what happens in my life. The calling card of the judgment card is their higher self. They feel like they're being drawn out into the world, but I feel like their intentions with you is no intentions. And not that they don't, we'll look at next actions and stuff in here and see what their mind is going on in their noggin, but they don't want to have intentions around it. They don't want to have a supposed to, a should, or any expectations. They just want to hang out every once in a while whenever they feel like it. Not like we have to have a certain amount of time and this and that and everything else. They're like, I enjoy you, but I don't want to have any rules around our interactions kind of energy, if that makes sense. Let's see what's going on in their brain here. Overall, yeah, we have the hermit. They want to be by themselves. They don't want to be in a relationship. That's where their mind is at, which makes sense. No, heart, I know you want love, but we don't have time for that. It's being pocketed away. Below the surface of their mind, they do have the Seven of Swords. Here's that grave energy here. Seven of Swords is an energy of it's thievery, betrayal, my mind cheating me out of opportunities, which it is, and the Temperance, waiting, waiting, waiting energy. And I feel like there is a lot of this slowness of I want to see what happens in my life, all these expectations, and I feel this. We always they go back to their mom, and I just feel like, especially mom has the roles that she has, and I feel like he honors his mom a lot, where it's like, what, um I wanna honor what she is wanting while she's alive. Not that he's planning on killing her or that she's dying, but he's like, I want her to be happy with me. And so I'm going to try to honor her wishes. But that's the restrictiveness. And they really are realizing I'm going to stay with myself right now because all these thoughts and beliefs that are really influenced by mom are what's keeping me from moving forward, right? His next actions towards you here, we have the 7 of Wands, just being true to myself, shining bright, not expecting, like, I'm just gonna be me, and I'm not gonna ask permission, I'm not gonna dim my light, I'm not gonna defend who I am and what I want, I'm just gonna do what I want. It's that kind of energy that's here. Yeah, and the 9 of Wands is a bit of a block energy. It's like, 9 wands, a barrier that's there. So I don't feel like there's a whole lot of, um it's like they're held back and moving forward a bit. There's not this, I'm just gonna be me and that's my boundary I have. I'm not letting other people control my actions. And I feel like they're going more when I feel it, then I take action, but I don't have any specific actions I want to take kind of energy here. So that kind of um clocks with kind of the other readings we had with them before, right? Yeah, they've got the bottom of the deck, they have the star card, which is an energy of living my dream, being who I want to be, and trying to figure out what my dream come true is. And I feel like they're kind of in that, kind of influence and energy that comes in with all of that. So interesting, interesting. All right. So let's see what your fortune cookie comes in with them here as well. Like I feel like you didn't get the tower with them. Maybe they got tired of saying the tower, the tower. There's something more for you. And they're like, fine, we've told you, you get to choose for you and you get to choose what you want to do and where you want to go. They're like, it's your adventure, right? Yeah, you got card 20. Look at all these people shaking hands going down this long hallway. How they have all those mirrors of mirrors of mirrors of mirrors. Let's see what this is here. This is fraternity. Frat boy. No true evolution or progress is possible if we consider ourselves to be isolated from the world. This card encourages us to do any spiritual and subsequent material work in a state of solidarity and trust towards others. The primordial concept expressed by the love card must sediment in our minds so as to bloom and lead us to collaborate with others for a greater good. So, the advice of the dead regarding your interactions with Mr. T or love in general, approach your work and your actions in a state of socialness and solidarity, perhaps starting collaborations with those you trust. I feel like it's saying get more social, look at other options. There's plenty of other options here. All right. That's what they have for you, my dear. I know that you know that I know that you know. So there you go. All right. Many blessings. All right. Thank you guys again so much for all of your patience and getting to all of your readings here. I appreciate you guys. All right. Hey, leprechaun. Whoops. I'll grab your free reading here. I probably will get to some more free readings. I already completed a half hour of them. And I'm in the middle of donations, finishing those up. But we'll see. I only have two, I think, extra free readings. So I probably will get to those eventually here too. And a good remember, everybody, we are going to have a drawing after I complete the stream for donations. One winner for donations, one winner for free readings for a 15-minute personal recorded reading. So keep an eye on my social media or the pinned comment after I'm done. We'll list the two winners at the top. So dun dun dun. All right. So let's jump back in here. We have Crescent Moon. You're up. Hey. Thank you for your patience in getting to your guys' readings. I know it's been a little while here. Let's see, we're right here. So Crescent Moon, there you are. Oh, I don't think I shared your timestamp in case I didn't hear. So good afternoon, Third Eye, Private Eye. I am doing well. I hope you're doing well as well. See, like a deep dive, past life read on the ADD, Sag and I. Ooh, I love that. You know, I do have my past life cards over here. Grab these, the two main decks for it, because I'll use these other tarot for this here. But I use these Carolyn Miss archetype cards to identify the characters that that we are. We'll just put that down there. I have no room on my desk right now. And then I use these Akashic Tarot to get more details in that too. So that is what we will do. Gentle. All right. We'll see here if it's probably just one lifetime. I feel like they will zero in the most important one for this time in your life right now. And then we'll see why this one. See what happened here. So which lifetime? So who were they? Thank you. And this is who you were. You got two cards. I get that every once in a while. Here, I'll just put those under that. Because it's like your role in the interaction kind of changes in a way here. So they were a trickster in a past lifetime, a magician, but they manipulated others through duplicity in the beginning. But they, throughout their life, they transformed into someone that was outside, it says transcended convention, stuffiness, and predictable behavior. So they started off as someone who manipulated and tricked people, but they evolved later to not be a manipulator, but they did create change in that kind of energy. Who you were a lover. You were in love with them. Aw. Oh yeah. I was gonna say, sometimes when I get two cards for someone, it's because they die. And this light attribute is one of my spirit guide energies. So you were their lover, but you die. And then you end up being their spirit guide for the remainder of their life because they lived longer than you did. It's interesting too. I kind of feel this energy that your ending is what transformed them and had them stop being a trickster. In fact, I feel like because they manipulated and they got into like they manipulated the wrong people, they tried tricking like a con man, tricking. And when someone went to kind of take them out, they actually ended up killing you by accident. And that made they escaped with their life, but you ended up dying because of whatever they tried to do, injured you terminally, but they got injured, but they didn't. It's like if there was an explosion or something that happened, you ended up dying from it, and they realized you wouldn't have died if they hadn't been doing what they were doing to the wrong people. Interesting, right? So, but then you were their spirit guide afterwards, and you were very intimately involved in their life. And that could be why you have such a strong connection with them, because as a spirit guide, you're very in included in their thoughts, every thought they ever had, every emotion they ever had in that lifetime. And so you were with them 24/7. So it really builds this bond that comes with them too. I know, right? You're very welcome. All right. Let's see here. Before we do the Akashic Tarot, let me pull some other tarot here, but how did your guys' life unfold? Let's see, how did you guys meet in that lifetime? How did it unfold? Okay, got this one and this one, and then yeah, and we know how it ended. Unfortunately, right? Yeah. So there is a quite a bit of sorrow in that lifetime, not from you because you were like, I'm gone, but they had a lot of sorrow from the loss of you because you accepted them with their tricksterness and everything else. You looked past a lot of their faults in that lifetime, as that trickster and con man. You knew what you were getting into. Your eyes were wide open and you loved them. Your heart was like, I don't care. So there is that. How you guys met? Yeah, not King of Pentacles. There is this great amount of abundance and money, and I feel like you met them. They were wealthy in that lifetime from tricking people and stealing their money and taking advantage of people, right? And this goes back. This is the times of I only see carriages and horses on um, cobblestone roads. This feels very European, not United States in that age. Um, but it doesn't feel like England. I'm almost feeling Russian, old Russia era energy, which is interesting if you have a draw to the Russian um, ancestry. But I feel like that's the kind of location and area that I'm picking up there. But they were part of this society, but they moved around because once they got found out, they would, you know, but they messed with the wrong group, but that's what happened, right? But you met them here at a high society party. I feel like your parents, your father was rich and wealthy. That's why you were ooh la la, kind of energy, a mobster. Not no. Oh, the person who killed them was a mobster. Was that kind of they were a crook knows crook, and they thought it was an innocent person, but they didn't realize that the person that they were dealing with, that they tricked was because I feel like they were new to the city, and they didn't understand the whole piece of everything, and then it was like, "Uh-oh," and that's when they went to, um I feel like they set something on fire, um, and there was an explosion, and you were with them, and that's when you died, kind of energy. But that's how you met them, and then how it progressed, you got the Devil card, and then the Emperor. Yeah, there was this they actually ended up working with your father, um, and that's how you met him even more because um in the beginning, they were going to, um, con your father, who was, like this emperor, kind of energy, but then they met you and they were like and then they fell in love, and then so they ended up instead of it's like they had this scheme of what they were gonna do, and then your father's gonna invest money, and then they're gonna take off with the money, but instead, they chose to actually go through with it and make it happen and not get they get a little bit of money from it, but benefited your father, but it was because of their love for you that they did this, which is interesting. Um, and then what happened here? You've got the 5 of Wands, and here's the conflict energy, and the 3 of Pentacles. They were very conflicted with, like, being true to their authentic self, and I feel oh god, yeah, here's where the explosion happened. Literally, they've got the matches in the matchbox. that's where the change happened, where, um, after your death, and that's the death energy that they're saying with this explosion, this big flame, this big, thing that happened, they decided to change and be more authentic and true instead of a con person, that energy that came in there. Yeah, and I love it because here's this you have the High Priestess and the Queen of Wands, both very psychic, energies here, and I feel like they even went to seances and other to communicate with you, and I feel like they kind of went into the, the energy of, like, the not well, back then, it would have been the occult. Ooh, they did the seances, they went to readers and different things back in the day, the gypsies, they went to go visit the gypsies who were very well known for that, to connect with you, and that's how they developed a relationship with you as their spirit guide. They knew that you were around them and they believed it, and because the messages and stuff they got, you were a strong spirit guide, for them during that period there. Wow, what an interesting read. Let's see here, why this card? Oh, I mean, why this lifetime? So we pull from the Akashic Tarot here. And if anyone's interested, I do past life readings. I used to have them all broken out, all my readings, but if you want to purchase any of my 15, 30-minute or hour personal readings, even my recorded readings, I dive deep into personal, the past life readings too. So you guys can, um, purchase any of those. They're all on sale if you check out the description box of the video too. So just to no expectations, just information. So why this lifetime? Why not? Yeah, right. They also trust you and your insight too. Yeah. And you might know them better than they know themselves. Got the Ark of the Covenant, number 11. Interesting. Um, I sometimes there's just so many different ones where because you have many expressions together as human, as animal, as plant, other dimensions, other universes. We have millions and millions and millions of different lifetimes that we experience in different forms, at different dimensions, at different frequencies. So when I go in there, it starts calculating, and it's like this is going to be a while. And there's new lifetimes that you're creating together too. So it's um, so hopefully that makes sense in that you've just to know that you have a lot, because the soul group that you guys hang around in, you also have a lot of lifetimes with other people, other expressions of other souls, and you guys have had significant together, but so look at that. Anyway, this Ark of the Covenant. The stars are shining on a serene desert night. Fires burn before a number of white tents. Inside one of the tents, just beyond the open front flaps, rests the Ark of the Covenant. Two men sit by a crackling fire nearby. Yeah, and even in some lifetimes that you were both men, other ones you're both women, so you have all these different types of lifetimes, not just romantic. But it's interesting that a romantic one came in as the primary for this one, for this reading anyway. At the mundane level, the card represents a beneficial legal contract or a title transfer. It also can show successfully working with professionals, such as brokers and lawyers. More often, it indicates that you are living true to your own contract, facing your lessons of growth, working towards greater discoveries, and bringing your unique contribution to the world. Your karma does not rule you, you rule it. And when the work becomes too great, taking a rest doesn't break with your covenant, it supports it. You understand the phases of time and energy, and you work within those phases. Some of your karmic directives at this time may involve other people. Duh. If so, make sure there is no urgency, need, or personal agenda in play. Don't let yourself get pulled into an emotional drama. Know that things that require your attention now reflect a commitment that has a far reaching influence. They may impact your present as well as your future lives. So continue to work towards your higher purpose, to uphold the sacred covenant you have to touch the world with your light. I like that. So it's a good energy here. They're showing you that, and that's so, because you have the light attributes is the higher self. So I like this reminder of this lifetime is to go you can be involved in someone's life not as their lover but from all different, from the human to the spiritual and everything in between. I love that energy. The akashic force that comes in says close your eyes and imagine the ark of the covenant opening before you. Within it you see the contract that contains your higher purpose or your highest purpose. Excuse me. What is that purpose? Sense one word and one action you can take today to pursue it. So, very interesting energy, kind of look at your what is it that I feel my life purpose is here? And because your purpose isn't to be, you know, someone's lover, right? That's just a part you play, but what is the purpose of your life? What is the draw of your life, right? So I like that. Let's see, what else did you ask here? Yeah, so unlimited lifetimes, too many to and it becomes so many, thousands of lifetimes together and expressions that it's like of a variety of different things, it just becomes a like a tapestry of all these different threads that create a, beautiful calico design of sorts. In the past life, their heart eventually won over the heart and head, and does spirit see that happening between us in this lifetime too? Um, let's see here. Let's pull a Wen card here with the Learning Tarot. Yeah, right. Yeah, I feel like we do with the Tower card. The suddenness, it happens suddenly. It takes electric shock treatment. Psst. But the Tower card comes in here, transformation that comes through upheaval. Oh, yeah, the Tower moment, right? We've had a tower before. It's the Tower moment that creates that, right? It's the shock. It's like the Frankenstein monster. It's the lightning bolt that creates the life that changes things. It's clear, boop, the heart becomes activated. It has March 21st to April 20th. I don't feel like that's right. Um, I feel like this would be more, um, October 21st to November 20th kind of energy, or November 21st to December 20th. Feels like this year based on current energy coming in there. That's funny though, with the tower. Craziness, craziness, craziness. All right. Oops. Get rid of that out of there. There we go. All right. Wow, I love that. I love the energy of the past life readings. All the past life readings that I do, it just blows me away because I bring through the information and then the person who receives the reading is like, "Oh my god." this is so, you know, so, you know, um, so, it resonates, with the current lifetime too. There's these tapestries, right? That sounds about right. So, too fun. All right, my dear. Well, that is what they have for you for that little reading there. So, I love that. So, thank you again for your donation. I greatly appreciate that. All right. So, the Gemini, you are up next. Here is your, and I think I didn't see you comment, so I don't know what your official one is. So I just know you're the Gemini because of your Cash App donation of who you are. I remembered. I went to go confirm it, but I remembered. So thank you again for that donation via Zcash app. And let's take a look here. You want to know for your Sag, um, want to make you did they want to make you jealous by posting her? Oh, okay. All right, Crescent. It was the tower. It was during that period, right? It's just amazing. Gotta love spirit. All right, let's take a look here for your Sag, the Gemini. Talking about Sagittarians here. Did they post that to make you jealous? Let's see here. Anything else? What can I know here? Let's get some under the surface energy here too. I feel like I want this one too. All right. All right. What are these? So this is it here. You know, it doesn't feel like jealous energy here. We got the 10 of cups on the bottom, which is a joy, 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 and an overflowing emotional energy. And we've got the 7 of cups, which is a lot of different emotions, and the page of cups. There's all this emotional energy that, flowed in here. And we do have the 9 of pentacles, which is about, an independent energy. So all of that combined just tells me, no, it feels like it was didn't have anything to do with you, like intentions of wanting to get a reaction from you. It was more of an expression of their emotions in the moment of, oh, kind of energy there. So that's interesting. Let's see what else we have here too. I love that. I'll read your other stuff here in a second. And so I'm going to stay in their energy. Um, yeah, we got the 10 of wands and the 3 of cups. So there's a little bit of energy underneath the surface. The 10 of wands it is about an ending and beginning energy. The 3 of cups is a joy and celebration. And again, yeah, because I was going, is the 3 of cups? Sometimes the 3 of cups is like third party situation, but I'm like, is it that? And they're like, no, the 10 of wands and the 3 of cups is, again, this would be the 10 of cups represented in 2 other cards, because 3 of cups is joy, celebration. 10 of wands, is the 10 energy, but a lot of energy around their joy being expressed. So again, just reiterating, it was more of a, you know, spur of the moment reflection of emotional energy they were feeling. Oh, look, um, not a whole lot of intention or thinking before acting behind it. They have the full card. Again, very Sagittarius energy here of, uh, you know, it- it's the first card in the major arcana, which follows the last card, which is an ending of an old cycle, a beginning of an adventure, which is very Sagittarius energy of I'm living without any, it's a world of possibilities and enjoyment and exploration. It's an adventure, not intentions or things. So it feels like they kind of live, what do they say? Foot loose and fancy free, just woo woo woo, and they post things not realizing repercussions. Thinking before you act is more your thing than theirs. Well, Gemini, that makes sense. Gemini still enjoy adventure. It's funny because Gemini energy is like short-term trips and things, and Sagittarius is long trips to foreign countries. More of this, and but Gemini is a little more structured than Sagittarius, so it makes sense with where you guys come from here. We got the Hanged Man, transformation kind of energy, seeing things from different perspectives. Very much this cocooning, transformation, letting go of pieces that they aren't theirs, and this evolution transformation energy that they're in right now. And the Knight of Wands, yeah, an act of passion energy that's here. Um, So again, all of this energy just keeps reinforcing it over and over again. That it just shows that they are someone that lives from the hip or from the loins, the hip area, but they shoot from the hip and just whoa, whoa, whoa. They don't think before they act, and they have that energy of excitement with them. That comes in very much adventure energy with all of that. Interesting, right? So let's see what your fortune cookie brings in here. Oh, and Crescent Moon, I didn't get you a fortune cookie. So let me know if you're still here. I'll give you one. All right. But for you, the Gemini, you got the third harvest. Card number 38. Let's see what this is here. Daughters of the woods, feel thy sacred swell with suppleness. Taste the gathering of honey's milk, filling the emptiness. It sounds like something a Sagittarius would say. All right. So this is energy of gathering, abundance, preparation. So of course, Samhain, which is Halloween, right? Um, served as a practical holiday that sorry, let me just back out of something here. Practical holiday that told our ancestors to prepare for the coming winter. The third harvest was a time to gather up the remainder of crops to prepare and store them to have enough food to last the harsh conditions. The last of the wheat would be ground to flour, the remains of fruit and vegetables would be pickled and canned, and meat salted. Everything with a shelf life was stored in underground cellars and packed with ice. Though winters might be harsh and gathering up the food is hard work, there is a feeling of abundance and pride in getting prepared. Imagine looking at your food stores and seeing a physical representation of your work. Imagine seeing the abundant rewards of planting your seeds and nourishing them as they grow. We are lucky that we no longer have to face these conditions in the modern world. Refrigerators and grocery stores make it easy for us to have food all year long. Perhaps that's why the over idea of preparation is no longer important to us. Yeah, it's like there's so many fish in the sea that the energy and that we can put towards like an individual is different in our modern history than it was before. And it's like, yeah, get ready for a winter with this one. That's a death ending energy. Change of seasons, cold, bitter, right? And if the third harvest card comes in, you're being guided to gather up your accomplishments, to celebrate your wins. Take a look at everything you've done and achieved. Make a store of these wins to come back to whenever you're feeling low or like you've failed. The easiest way to attract more abundance is to feel abundant. Having this stockpile of feel good moments will kickstart you and can help turn around feelings of lack or stagnation. And that's the thing about relationships, all this harvest and abundance energy. It does, tell us that when I focus on what I love around like if it's one person that I'm focused on, the relationship I have with them and that I have had with them, what do I love about it? And then also, if I focus on what's lacking, I get more lack around it, right? But if I focus on love and abundance, what I love about love, I get things that match that. If I focus on the pain and the suffering and the lack of it, I get more of that. So I like that awareness that comes in. So hopefully that resonates for you, the Gemini, and that's what they have for you. So many blessings to you. Thank you again for your donation. Enjoy. Crescent moon. Oh, you're here. Okay, good. Let me see here. Let me read what you had put here, though. Yeah, the astral travel. Yeah. The fact that you were the one who spelled astral. Oh, stop. You're so kind. Thank you. um, I feel like, well, we'll do I feel like the seasons of the witches where we want to go. I was like, do we want to do one of the other ones that are like just go to the regular the deck for the fortune cookies? I'm like, all right. Getting too creative. And they're like, balance, brother Z, balance. All right. So crescent moon, this is your fortune cookie. You got apples, number 4. To taste, one must swallow it whole, and beneath the satin flame hides drowning waters. Interesting. Let's see what that means. Sometimes they get a little poetic, where I'm like, huh? My human doesn't get that. But this is about deception, mistrust, and rotten apples. So this isn't about your current lifetime. Let's go back into the frame of your past life energy, because this is what we want to glean from the past life, right? We all know the story of Snow White taking the apple from her stepmother, who was masquerading as a sweet old crone. It's a wise old tale that's existed long before Disney ever made it into a movie, and a warning that things are not always as they seem. Con man, before. Sometimes our greatest enemy is hiding behind the mask of a savior. Death is infused into something meant to give us life, and someone pretending to be our friend is luring us into a trap. Yeah. And so this does, reflect what happened with the death and being lured into a trap that ended up being an explosion that ended your life and wounded them, but they lived. There are rotten people in the world who will take advantage of those who trust without pause. They come bearing gifts to gain your trust. Their faces are in all shapes, sizes, and colors. These people always get their due one way or another. When an apple appears in your spread, it is a warning to pause before making any decisions about someone or a situation. You do not have all of the facts yet, and there could be danger for you now. And they're all pointing back to your past life. Betrayal and deception are likely, so be vigilant. You must tread carefully into everything comes to light. This is especially true for you. Oh, we didn't have the seduction card. So someone may be taking advantage of you or setting you up for failure. So this is all referring back to that lifetime. It's like if only you went to see the gypsies before you got on a relationship with them, you would have known. Oh, there was so I knew you knew a lot about them, but I feel like there was a lot you didn't know about them either. Um, and but I love that you still chose to love them even after and then after you bit the rotten apple, you went into sleep, sleepy time. But isn't it amazing? It's just such a fitting card that goes in with the your past life reading. All right, so that's what they have for you, my dear. So many blessings to you. Thank you again. All right, so we do have JoJo up next, and then Ashvin Ray, and then Summer or Moonlight. That will be that. And then, I do have 2 free readings, I think, that are here. Yeah, Lucky. I know Leprechaun is lucky. How could I forget? We'll do and so I'll do those last 2 free readings too before I, head off because 'cause I'm almost at 5 hours. I'm gonna go eat, and I'll be back, at 6 p.m., which is a couple hours from now, for the evening session. I'm excited. Oh, lordy. I know. Oh, lordy, look who's 40. Alright. So, Jojo, you're up. 4:51:06. A mental coffee and cookie. Thank you. Cheers. I'm gonna take a sip of my coffee. So, thank you for your additional donation. That's both of your timestamps there, and you have a little luggage. So, thank you for that additional sticker there. Do you have a special connection with JM? All right, let's take a look here and see what we have coming in there for you. So, JM, tell us about this connection. Okay. And this is below the surface. I feel like this one. This is like all of these. Overshadowing. That's not below the surface. This is the overshadowing. Okay, we'll see what this is about. Hanged man energy. We definitely have this. He always an actor. Um, you know, transformation. Part of your transformation. Part of your transformation that helps you move from your caterpillar to your butterfly. But it's about seeing things from a higher perspective. They give you different perspectives. Let's see what this is here. So you have the Three of Wands, which is an energy about a different direction in your life. You have the Chariot, which is choice energy. It's all about choice, right? You have the Three of Swords, expectations equal disappointment, and the Hermit card here. I feel like this is referencing the time that you had with yourself that you're about to change. Yeah, that's your reading. They're bringing back your reading from like last night or the night before, whatever. The was a recent one where they're like, you're coming out of the hermit, but part of your hermit energy, you were connecting with the higher realm, and you do have. And it was funny because when I saw these, I don't see what these cards are yet. You got 5 overarching cards, and I feel like they're one of that group, like their higher self is part of your spirit guide actor troupe, which this must be a huge group because there's a lot of expressions of actors and musicians um and this is going to kind of blow our minds a little bit, but like especially among people who are really, really public and really, really influential, they are not experiencing their lifetime many, many times alone. They have many souls that are kind of living as that experience of that person. They're not the primary character, but it's almost like a leech. They leech on where their energy is very much a part of someone's life. And so that's why some people, when they're like, I believe I was Cleopatra in a past lifetime, and there's like 100 people that feel like they've lived Cleopatra's life because they were they were a part of the Cleopatra, entity, but there's a main leader who's really living the life primarily, but there's a lot of souls that it's almost like you ever see those alien movies where, um, an alien becomes a part of someone and they're conscious of them, but there's 2 different people that are living it? In a way, but it's like there's the main person, like, that is living the experience, but there's individuals that are such intertwined. It's almost like a collective yeah, like they're a collective of souls that are living an experience, but there's one that's the leader. It's kinda like when people channel higher collectives and they come through as a name of a group, like, the high masters, but one energy comes through as the figurehead and everyone else is part of it. That's what this is like, that they're bringing in here, and that's why it's such a large group of people because there's many of them that are living different aspects of these individuals. But just all of that to say that this JM is actually, has been part of those experiences with you in past lifetimes, and they're part of that acting musical group that's there. And their higher self is acting amongst this collective of actors and musicians, that always love to express themselves, and they don't hijack other people's, but they will really embody an experience fully as if they're walking in the shoes of other people. But they're very much part of this for you here to help you in your transformation to move from the feeling hermited into this stepping out onto the stage of life. Okay. All of that. Wow. Yeah, we got the moon energy and the 6 of wands. Yeah, the 6 of wands is they are definitely part of your, um and the moon is kind of an energy of past life connections. The 6 of wands is saying they're part of your cheerleading group, cheering you on and guiding you on, and and that's why you feel the connection to this physical actor, um, because of your connection, but your connection isn't linear, your connection is, like, routed like a satellite up here that way, if that makes sense. And then you have the Queen of Swords, yeah, to help balance your head and your heart, energy, and the 5 cards that are overshadowing all this, you have, yep, the 4 of Cups with the Ace of Pentacles. Wow. The Ace of Cups. And then you have the 8 of Wands and the Justice card. Yeah, here comes that balance and all that energy to help balance out all that go, 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 go energy, right? Oh, wow. Yeah, that'd be interesting. See what you pick up here, but definitely, um, this 4 of Cups is to and especially the 4 of Cups with the Ace of Cups to really show you your self-love and to help you take advantage of these new opportunities, but to go about it in a balanced way. With all this Justice card and the 8 of Wands is a lot of messages and energy, but I feel like the energy alone, the movement of energy, if you go into the festival and you meet them, I feel like there's going to be a connection, but it's going to be like, that was weird, different, than anything you felt with connections with others. It's almost like you were talking to yourself. It's kinda gonna be like almost like an out of body experience, But, yeah, you definitely have a connection. Again, it's with that group, right? So you do have a strong connection with them, that's there. So interesting. Ooh la la. All right, let's see what your fortune cookie comes in with them as well. Okay, and you've got the 27. Here's the fruit energy coming in here. Eating of the fruit. You're eating a tomato. Interesting. Maybe that's the festival. Is it a tomato festival? No. It's harvest. After an intense and energetic phase of work, it's time to harvest what you have produced. If your work was in harmony with the higher forces represented by the cards of the higher levels of love, fraternity, flow, or if it was the direct contact with your will, the result will be intense and speedy. That's the Eight of Wands, too. If, however, your actions were obscured or corrupted in some way, you'll have you will have to have the courage to grasp the sickle and cut away that which is superfluous to start again without fear of failure and learning from your mistakes. You've seen 27 a lot? How perfect. The advice of the dead, you have not reached your final realization, but the results are coming. So persevere and continue in your work. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Yeah, even the giant sun card, Leo energy over the harvest here. Here's that stepping into the spotlight. So don't be afraid to step into and act on things, right? So it's like, I'm gonna go meet him. Well, then go, go find it. Find a way. You will find a way. So I love that for you. All right. So that's what they have for you, Johanna. Thank you again, Jojo, for your donations. Many blessings to you. All right, we got Ashvin Ray coming up. So Ashvin, let's grab your timestamp here. There we go. And let's give your donation a love and a like since it lets me here. And you like a guide on the new business of taking hotels on rental. Would it be profitable or not? All right, let's take a look here. So, based on current energies, would this be profitable? Any advice around it here? Based on current energies, I said that. All right, let's see where this leads to here. All right. You're welcome. You're going to find it with a pendulum in a city or a bar. I will track him down. You're so funny. So, Ashvin, the bottom of the deck, you do have the world card here, which sometimes can be a victory card. It's an ending and a beginning energy. I want to get clarity here because I don't feel like this. Yeah, da, 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 da. I feel like there's this. Wait, let me show you something else here. So let's see what we got here. We have the Knight of Pentacles, slowest moving knight out of them all, which shows a very slow progression towards the coin. It's like it would be a long-term investment before, and it'd be a while before you would see a return on your investment with it. You do have the Ace of Wands, which does show that there's a different way, a new beginning, a passion, something that would bring you more return on your investment faster. You have the Nine of Cups, something that's more in alignment with a dream come true, the Eight of Cups. So you have the Eight and the Nine of the Cups that come together. So it's like letting go of some old emotion that's not yours. What is your dream come true? The mind is telling you a lot of you could try this and try this and try this and try this. There's so much to choose from, right? It can become overwhelming. This is drop into your heart, let old emotions go, sit in that. What is your heart telling you? Where's your heart guiding you? Because I feel like you'll do that here. Yeah. Because the Five of Pentacles, the mind has this energy of the fear of not having enough, and looking to the outside world for that abundance energy. And they're like, the mind is the one that takes you into this feeling, but the heart is going to lead you into something that feels like you're living, not just existing. Or there's something about, in addition to the coin, this other thing brings you the feeling of life and living, not just having money come in. Um, and you have the judgment card. Yeah, this calling card. What do you feel your calling is in life? With this energy that comes in here. There is this, with that 9 of cups and the judgment card, it's so much about, the ending of an old cycle, and even the full card with this world card. It's letting go of expectations, letting go of old cycles, old ways of approaching things, and look at it as a world of possibilities. And that is really getting in tune with the heart and getting out of the head about, where can I go? What is it that would make me feel like I'm loving life, that also um, has a way of bringing in income? And I do feel like there is something like that out there for you. So I feel like that's kind of like a meh. If you want to do a long term wait before you can do that. But I feel like they're saying there's something else that would be much more fulfilling for you and much more faster for you. See what your fortune cookie brings in too. You do have haunted. It's a haunted house. It's a haunted hotel. No. Card 21. The breaking of the floor beneath your naked feet, the creaking of the walls as the cold kisses flesh. You're never really alone when in the company of hauntings within bone. So let's see what that means to you here. Here it is. It's about atonement and company. The definition of a poltergeist is an unknown spirit that causes disturbances such as loud noise or moving furniture. In fact, the word poltergeist is German and it means noisy spirit. Yeah, this poltergeist, it is about the noise in the head that's haunting you, not, and that's what's disturbing you. But the heart won't be a poltergeist. Originally, poltergeists were thought to be demons who played tricks, focusing their attention on one specific person. However, theories surrounding the origins of poltergeist disturbances have changed. Many people believe poltergeist to be a manifestation of an individual's troubled psyche, the mind, as disturbances generally focus on one person. This person is usually in some kind of pain or trauma, either from things done to them or things they've done to others. So the poltergeist becomes a physical representation of the pain that has been locked away and felt left to fester. Eventually, that pain becomes too much for the person to hold, and a poltergeist is born, bringing with it terrifying display of what was hidden. So you've pulled the haunted card because there is something that you must atone for. You've you've locked something away, choosing to ignore it rather than own up to your mistake. And this can be something that you've done to someone else, but also something you feel you've done to yourself, right? Cheated your heart out of expression by letting the mind rule over the heart, is what I feel here, right? Perhaps a choice that you'd like to forget, or even a trauma that you've never dealt with. Whatever your situation, know that your hauntings will continue until you're ready to face the monster your pain has created. This is especially true if you've also, okay, we didn't pull another card, but this makes sense that, that 5 of pentacles, this fear of abandonment, being left behind, being left in the cold, not having enough, could be the poltergeist, this fear of not having enough from the past. This is what's haunting you, and can be why there might be a big drive to do these things from the mind. But consider stepping back, and talking to your heart and seeing where your heart is leading you, it might bring you some other information there too. All right. So that is what they have for you. So many blessings to you. Thank you again for your donation. Patricia. All right. Good. I love that for you. Joy, joy, joy. All right. And then my last donation for this session, we have Summer or Moonlight. So 5, 10, 48. Whoops. There we go. There's all your timestamps. So thank you for your multiple donations. And for the burger, I'm going to go get something to eat after my host texted me saying, hey, there's food if you want some. So I'm going to go grab some food when I'm done here before my session tonight. So yum, yum. I'm so grateful. I'm so blessed. All right. So thank you for the virtual burger and for the last donation. It's, you want to know, is NN affected by the big energy shift these days? If so, how does it affect them and will it affect our relationship? Positive, negative influence. All right. Let's step into their energy here. So, are they affected by this big energy shift these days? And how so? Does it affect them? Okay. And will it affect your relationship? Okay. And if so, how? Right. All right. So what we got here. Bottom of the deck, we do have the Ace of Wands, which is energy, a big flow of energy. They're definitely impacted by it. Let's see what uh, in the tower is like, yeah, zap. So the tower card is definitely, you know, abrupt changes, like this energy of wanting to change things in their life, a shock out of their mind and into wanting to do something in their life. Um, and how does it affect them? Yeah, the star card. How perfect. Because the star card is like, what is my dream come true? There, it's like a wake up call. It's a shock to the system of snap, snap. What is it that you want to accomplish in life? What is it that you want to do in life? And it's really, it's almost like reminding me of like when we were going through the plague, and I was like, what am I waiting for to live my dream to die? And this is the kind of energy I'm feeling is like, what is my dream and why am I waiting? Let me just go for it. I want to go live my dream, right? And I like that. Um, how, let's see, that's how it affects them. Oh, will it affect your relationship? 10 of Pentacles. There is this abundance energy that's coming in here. They do part of this clarity in trying to decide things. They do look at the 10 of Pentacles and they do look at what does abundance look like to me? What does a relationship look like to me? They have the 8 of Pentacles, transformation energy, and the 6 of Cups too, which is past life energies here. Really takes them into this space here. And I feel like these other cards are how it affects your guys' relationship. But I feel like it affects overall like the whole file of what does a relationship mean to me with all this change that's coming in. It's because they overall, what is abundance? And part of that is relationship. And what does that look like? And reevaluating it, taking time to work into it, to transform it. And I feel like these past life energies of other lifetimes and all this emotional energy that they don't know what is this coming from, that I feel like it's influencing them too. And so there's all this kind of energy coming in here. Um, and let's see what else comes in here because I feel like they have a faded relationship, but I don't feel like it's with you with what's coming in here. But let's see how it impacts your guys' relationship specifically. Yeah, self love, Ace of Cups, Knight of Pentacles, and the Emperor. Yeah, all of this combination here. Um, So I do feel like they have a fated relationship with someone else that they are to end up with to complete out some past life experiences and lessons. But how it impacts yours, the big thing with the Knight of Pentacles is it slows things down. I know, even more. And you're like, How can it, if it slows down even more, it's going to go in reverse." And I think that's what happens. But it gives you time, it slows things down for both of you to focus on your self love, which eventually it's so slow here that it does bring you to the Emperor energy, which is Aries, birthing energy, but it's about what do I want? I put a plan and I put action behind it. But it does bring in this decision making energy for you where you're like, I don't think this is really um, matches my energy. You know, instead of going, do I wonder if I match theirs? It's like, no, do they match mine? Right. Let's see what else we have here with your fortune cookie for them here. All right, here we go. And you got card 14. Yeah, here it looks like Emperor energy, but I love the blues and the greens. That's very pretty. Let's see what this brings in. Sorry, my stomach growling so loud. Shh. This name I'm going to murder. Chalchuchuchalikuku. It's Chalchuhtlicue. Good luck on that. But it's the goddess of all waters, lakes, seas, and sailors, gosh, as well as the goddess of beauty and fertility. I'm going to say this is like Cancer moon energy, right? She reminds us of how development and progress can only be possible if we view life as a benevolent river, a moving event, and is not as something static. The flow expressed by love, which, if understood and allowed to run, allows her to bring beauty and ardor instead of lightning and storms. Lightning. The advice of the dead: do not fight against the flow that you're in. A river cannot be tamed with force. You must surrender to its current and use its strength as if it were your own, because it is your own. Um, and this is amazing because I feel like a part of the impact with that self love and Ace of Cups, you also, what happens as a result of all that is you become more aware of who you are, more in tune with your power, right? As the goddess of the river. So I love that for you. Right. So many blessings. Thank you again for your multiple donations. And then we also have your free reading up next here. And then after that will be Leprechaun, which is lucky. You'll be up after that. So Summer, Moonlight, your timestamp for your free reading is, should I just let my son do his thing and not interfere, or should I help him in any way? Well, there's no shoulds, right? From Spirit's perspective, just different choices with different experiences. We'll pull a card here. If you do help them or interfere, you should get two for that. And if you don't, what kind of energy surrounds that, right? You got two and two. So if you do interfere, Seven of Pentacles, King of Pentacles. If you interfere, eventually, there is abundance that comes from that. If you don't interfere, you got the Knight of Cups and the Empress. Yeah, there's more love towards the Empress Mother energy. You have the Knight of Cups and the Empress energy. They would appreciate, I mean, I feel like your relationship would have the harvest of the Empress if you don't, because you're going to allow them to be an adult, right? I mean, that doesn't mean that you can go just on occasion, son, I love you. And if you're ever in a place where you feel you need help or need someone to talk to or need anything, please let me know and I'll see what I can do. But don't, it's like not having unsolicited advice. And none of us like people telling us what we should do. And yeah, you're you're the parent, you're, you know, parent child, but not anymore in their mind. It's adult. And you're still mom, but I want to be an adult. So let me be an adult. And yeah, if they're going to do something that's going to end up killing themselves, you can express your love for them. You can express your concern, um, from a place of love, but not from a place of control. Yeah. So I feel like, from spirit's perspective, they're going, energetically letting them be themselves with loving support instead of trying to make them be who you want them to be through overpowering control. You wouldn't want that. You would want, that love. And so it's it's looking at, you know, the fear. Why do you fear, um, that they're going to do something, and what do you fear will be the result if they don't do what you think they should do? They're going to learn and grow through it all. And so loving support feels like, if you're asking for a recommendation from them, they're like, you would enjoy this more, um, in the long run. The other one, yeah, you could, through control, there could be benefit in the long run in the physical world, but emotionally, there wouldn't be this strong connection emotionally between the two of you, would actually distance it. Um, so hopefully that makes sense. Right. So that's what they have for you, my dear, for your free reading. Thank you again. All right. And then lastly but not leastly, we have Lucky the leprechaun. Here's your timestamp. And you want to know, what are John's current feelings towards you? He's going to open up to you soon. He works 2 jobs now. Ah, okay, let's take a look here. So what's John's current feelings? And then is he going to open up to you soon? Right, based on current energies. So current feelings towards you, we got the 2 of Wands. Kind of goes back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. The 2 of Wands are, energies that kind of, it's almost like windshield wiper. They're here and then they're there. They're here, then they're there. They're here, then they're there. So they really haven't made a decision. They kind of bounce back and forth and really don't, get a consistent place that it stays. And that's probably why you feel like they're here and they're out. They're here and they're out. And they're here. Like, dude, you're giving me backlash. I mean, neck, was it? Yeah, whatever that's called when you, whiplash, not necklash, whiplash, you know, stop and go and stop and go. um, so that's where they're at in their life. I kind of feel like they're, oh, and that makes sense. 2 jobs and they're all over the place. It's really hard for them to make a decision. But is he going to open up to you soon? We have the Knight of Cups and the Ten of Wands, which shows eventually, um, with the Ten of Wands. King of Cups is a sharing of emotion and opening up. But that Ten of Wands, it feels like they have to have a significant change happen in their life, because right now they're investing so much energy into so much stuff in their life that they have to have this, you know, I got to have an ending of things so that I have time and space. Because right now they're just pulled, their energy's going into 10 different places that they don't have the capacity to focus. And they just have to hit some things in their life where some things need to fall away and drop away so that they can, then act forward. So based on current energy, it feels like it's going to be a while, because something has to break, something has to change in order for them to move forward in that. So hopefully that helps a little bit. I know. um, let me do a quick, since you're my last reading here before I head off to go eat. Let's do a learning tarot. Based on current energies, what's this one? Oh, card came flying out. Every 2 to 3 days. Okay. That means it fluctuates so much we don't know. It's a need to know basis. We can't know that right now. There's too many things that need to be decided upon right now because it's one day it's this, the next day it's this, the next day every 2 to 3 days the time changes because they're going back and forth and all over the place. They're like, your guess is as good as ours right now based on their energy. So sorry, Lucky, I tried. We can try again and see if things change here in the future. But right now we don't know. So that is what they have for you. So many blessings. What did you say? Summer here, Moonlight. Oh, I love that for you. Let him clean it up himself. Not my monkeys, not my circus, not my monkey poo. I love that. What a good growth experience, right? You're like, yeah, this is right. I have permission to let them live their life and I'm going to focus on me and share my love with them. But like you said, not my monkeys, not my monkey poo. Right, everybody? Thank you again so much for all the thumbs up, all the love, all the support. So grateful. Here in a moment, I'm going to pull winner for the donations, a winner for the free readings. I'll post it in the pinned comment and then also post it on the social media. And then, excuse me, I'll be back in an hour and a half for my evening session. So I will see you guys then. I'll also be back tomorrow if you're interested. I'll have winners tonight and tomorrow as well. So if you're interested, be sure to check it out. Oh, and if you haven't entered my drawing for next Wednesday, here is the link for that. We'll be drawing for a 30-minute personal recorded reading and or a hedge of peace and love. So you can enter that by going to that link. I also have all of my services on sale throughout the end of the year. That video talks about it. But all my personal readings, my live readings, and my hedges are on sale all the way through January 1st of 2026. Can you believe it? And then I also have a new episode of my podcast that came out, my podcast series, The Easier Path. That's all free too if you want to check that out as well. So that's it for now, everybody. I'm going to go eat. My stomach is growling like a crazy, but I'm going to pull winners first and then I'll go eat. So until I see you guys again, remember every second of every day of your life, you truly are eternally and unconditionally loved by the mother and the father of all things, our creator. And of course, I love you too. So until I see you again, much love. Hang in there. Take care of yourself. And as I say, remember, have some fun. Because why are we being so serious? Oh my gosh, growl. My stomach is now. All right. I love you guys. We'll see you soon.